Is now called to order. Before we continue, let me direct the committee secretary to acknowledge our resource persons for today. Nagpasensyahan nyo na ho yung room. Alam niyo naman, Senate, nagtitipid. Kaya masikip ho. Basta make sure vaccinated na ho kayo. No, dahil mahirap masabi kung kanino manggagaling yan. Alright?
Morning, Your Honor. For today's public hearing, our second, on inquiry in aid of legislation to measure economic costs and benefits of POGO operations under Republic Act number 11590 vis-a-vis its social costs. Present on site, we have the following resource persons. From the Department of Finance, we have Undersecretary Bayani H. Agabin, Ms. Julie Bato, Rafael Andres, Christine Racoma, and Keanu Peñaranda. We also have Mr. Adrian Castro. From the Bureau of Internal Revenue, Attorney Sixto C.D. Jr., Michael Aldrin A. Bumanglag, Attorney Luigi A. Bacani, Attorney Ralbert John Neal P. Tibayan. From the Philippine Amusement and Gaming Corporation, we have Attorney Renfred C. Tan, Jackie Lou Rivera, Director June Salcedo, and Jake Abihar. From the Department of Labor and Employment, we have Ms. Rosalinda Pineda. From the National Economic and Development Authority, we have Undersecretary Rosemarie G. De Leon and Director Desiree Joy O. Narvaez. From the Association of Service Providers under PAGCOR, we have Attorney Paul J. Bonco and Attorney Michael I. Danganan. From the Philippine National Police, we have Police Major General Eliseo D.C. Cruz and Police Colonel Al F. Paglinawan. From the Anti-Money Laundering Council, we have Attorney Matthew M. David, Mr. Jerry L. Leal, Attorney Arnold T. Cabanlit, Attorney Ronel U. Benaventura, and Attorney Ana Marie Sheila N. Calar Paloma. Present virtually are the following: from the Department of Finance, Director Bayham Disomba, Jemar Oriarte, and Ma'am Juvie Danofrata. From the Bureau of Internal Revenue, Attorney Brianna K. T. De Los Santos. From the Bureau of Immigration, Deputy Commissioner Fortunato S. Manahan. From the Securities and Exchange Commission, we have Attorney Gerardo Tan Jr., Attorney Eileen Joyce Flores, and Ms. Maria Teresa C. Molod Bersabal. From the Cagayan Economic Zone Authority, we have Attorney Percival Peralta. From the Authority of the Freeport Area of Bataan, From the Commission on Audit, we have Mr. Noriel B. Lagrimas, Ms. Leonila P. Literal, Attorney Janelle P. Noval, and Ms. Sherilyn F. Cano. From the Department of Information and Communications Technology, we have Director Maria Victoria Castro. From Global Com RCI, we have Lawrence Brian Hagutin. From the National Bureau of Investigation, we have Mr. Jose Justo Yap. That will be all, Your Honor.
Thank you, Comsec. Welcome again to the second public hearing on the three resolutions that were filed here in the Senate. Number one is PS number 225, authored by Senator Joel Villanueva. PS number 227, authored by yours truly. And PS number 229, authored by Senator Grace Poe. And this is also an oversight hearing on Republic Act number 11590. So this is our second public hearing. Last week, we had our first public hearing. We called on most of the government agencies as well as some independent experts. But in the spirit of fairness and also so that we will hear the voices of those who are involved in the business of offshore gaming, we also invited some um, stakeholders from the Pogo industry. Let me just find them. And I'd like to start off with that so that we'll have a balanced hearing today. And the aim of this hearing is to determine the direct benefits, the indirect benefits, as well as the social cost of Pogo to our country. So we also invited, of course, once again, our government agencies who can best articulate the position of government, and we'll call them again later on. So we'll call on the stakeholders who are involved in the Pogo industry. We'll call on the Association of Service Providers and Pogos, ASPAP, represented by Attorney Paul Bonco.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning to the honorable members of the House Senate Ways and Means Committee. Ako po si Paul Bonco at spokesperson po ng ASPAP. Ang ASPAP po ay asosasyon ng mga accredited, no, licensed Pogo operators, service providers, no. At kami po ay merong 16 Pogo operators and 68 service providers, no. Sa mga nakalipas na 6 na taon, ayon sa aming datos, ang Pogo industry ay nakapag-contribute sa ating gobyerno ng humigit kumulang na 62 billion. Ang asosasyon ay nabuo pasimula nung pandemic, no, to address kung ano man yung maaaring maging epekto nung nooy Senate bill, no, para ipasa yung Pogo law, no, which is Republic Act 11570, no. So sa ganung panahon din na ramdaman ng industry, ng Pogo industry, kung ano yung posibleng maging epekto ng COVID-19. So, but gayon pa man, mapapansin nyo, malaki pa rin ang naging contribution ng Pogo, ng service providers sa kaban ng ating bayan, no? So, in fact, no, during at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, in response dun sa appeal ng gobyerno, ng ating kababayan, kami ay nakapag-donate ng humigit kumulang na 213 million in cash, 24 million in relief goods, 300,000 test kits, 2.5 million surgical masks, at iba't ibang hospital equipments. Nakakalungkot na dahil sa mga hindi magagandang pangyayari sa Pogo industry ay nailalahat ang batiko sa buong Pogo industry, no. But kung bibigyan natin ng pagkakataon upang makabalik muli, no, makabangon muli ang Pogo industry, ay natitiyak namin sa ASPAP na mas malaki pa ang aming maitutulong sa ating gobyerno. So sa ngayon kami ay umaapila, no, sumasamo sa ating Senado na timbangin mabuti, no, yung kagandahan na dudulot din ng Pogo ng mga service providers lalo-lalo na sa ating mga kababayan, no? Sa pag pag-weigh, no, kung dapat bang ituloy o hindi ang Pogo. Yun lang po sa ASPA po.
Thank you, Attorney.
Salamat po.
Attorney, nabanggit nyo kanina na yung mga contribution. Sa inyo bang palagay, ano ba yung pinakamalalaking contribution ng Pogo sa Pilipinas, sa ating bansa? Pero bago mo sagutin yan, in your profile, nabanggit nyo kanina na 16 ang Pogo member, 16 Pogos are members of your association, tama po ba?
Tama po.
And then 68 service
68.
providers. So hindi lahat po ng Pogo membro ninyo.
Tama po. Yun po, hindi po
So
lahat
hindi
po.
rin lahat ng service providers membro rin ninyo.
Tama po.
Correct? Pero malaking bahagi membro po ninyo dahil ang Pogo operators about 30 plus eh. So halos kalahati.
Tama po.
Correct. Sige po. So sa inyong palagay, ano po ang pinakamalaking contribution po ng Pogo sa ating bansa?
Yung sa amin ay makikita natin, no, na bukod sa pagbayad ng franchise tax, license fees, no, makikita yung ibang binabayaran na legal ng Pogo industry, ng service providers sa BIR, sa DOLE, sa Bureau of Immigration, no, sa PAGCOR, no. But bukod doon, kung matatanda natin yung nabanggit ni Mr. David Lichu nung last hearing, no, kung makikita nyo yung datos namin, ang aming asosasyon ay gumagamit ng humigit kumulang na 400,000 square meters na office space po, no? Yun ho para lang ho sa office space, no? Kung titignan din po natin yung datos ng mga ibang sabi natin real estate na ino-occupy ng aming miyembro, no, bilang kanilang sabi natin staff housing o ano, mas malaki po. So yung sa bukod do sa rental income, sa VAT, no, kung meron mang kinokolektang VAT doon, ay isa sa mga aming sabi natin na malaking contribution na ibabahagi sa ating gobyerno po.
So ang sinasabi niyo ho, yung mga fees na binabayaran,
Opo.
and in your position paper, nakasulat ho dito 61 billion. Tama
Opo,
po ba? Since 2016 to 2022, tama ho?
Tama po. Yun po yung aming
And then in terms of employment po, ilan po ang na-employ na locals ang Pogo and service providers po?
sa ganyan datos po, maaari ko po ba ibigay kay Attorney Mike Danganan ng
Sige po, go ahead.
salamat po.
And again, no, you're talking in behalf of your members, hindi ho buong industriya, di ba ho? Tama? Sige po.
Mr. Chair, magandang umaga po. Michael Danganan po, isa sa mga spokespersons ng ASPAP. Sa hanay po ng pag-generate ng employment sa ating mga kababayan, meron po tayong mahigit sa 23,000 na workers po na na-employ dito sa Pogo industry. Meron po dyan yung directly hired, meron din po yung indirectly hired. So sa amin datos din po, mahigit po ang numero ng ating mga Filipino workers kumpara po sa mga foreign workers. So yung puntulong na naibibigay, hindi lang po yung kanilang sweldo, nagbibigay din po ng ibang mga benepisyo tulad po ng accommodation, meron po silang libreng pagkain, transportation, kaya nga po yung pong mga asosasyon it's an informal group, bumuo po sila ng tinatawag na Pinoy sa Pogo. Doon po natin nakita na sila merong boses at pinaparating po sa ating gobyerno ang kanilang kalagayan dito sa industriya. Yung pong sweldo nila yan po bali ang kanila na pong naiuwi. Kasi po wala na po masyadong mga expenses na iba. Yung pong tulong nila sa kanilang pamilya, yan po malaking bagay din po. Dahil siyempre sa ating pong kultura, nananaig po yung family values. Kaya po malaki po ang tulong ng Pogo industry sa pag-generate po ng employment sa ating mga kababayan. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
In your experience ba ho, attorney, meron bang, of course, 23,000 is 23,000, no? Medyo madami-dami rin yan. But in your experience ba ho, meron bang, kasi isa ho sa mga dapat rin natin tignan ay dahil ang ratio ho ngayon almost 50-50, tama? No, 50% foreigners, 50% locals. But hopefully ang gusto ho natin mas marami po ang locals. In your experience ba, meron bang technology transfer na nangyayari ho dito? Yung mga Pinoy ba ho nating mga kababayan natututo ba ho mag-Mandarin? Natututo ba ho sila doon sa mga IT programming kasi very technical rin to no? And one day ba ho, makikita ba natin na mas marami ba ang ratio ng Filipino versus foreigners? Nakikita ba natin na at the one point, maybe 10 years, 20 years down the road, 100% Filipino na ho, parang BPO. Meron ba hong technology transfer at possible ba na maging 100% Filipino run ang Pogo? From your expert opinion, dahil kayo lang yata ho ang organized na grupo ng Pogo and service providers, tama po ba?
Tama po.
Sa alam ho namin kasi hinahanap po namin lahat but parang wala hong lumalabas. Kaya ho, mukhang kayo ho po yung kumbaga tumatayong organized group for Pogos and service providers. So going back to the question, meron ba kayong nakikitang technology transfer? At tingin nyo ba 10 years, 20 years down the road, pwede bang 100% Filipino run ang service providers and Pogos?
Tama po, Mr. Chair, kasi po sa experience natin dito sa industriya, from as the years go by, yung pong mga posisyon po nafe-fill up po ng mga Filipino workers. Lumiliit po yung agwat ng bilang ng mga foreign workers kumpara po doon sa mga Filipino workers. Meron din po tayong chart na pinadala po namin. Makikita po doon yung distribution po nung functions na mga nagagawa ng mga Pilipino. Saka po alam naman po natin ang mga Pilipino magaling po mag-adapt po. So bata pa po yung industriya, kaya po ang ating mga kababayan nagsusumikap din po na matutunan talaga at kaya po sila ay na-hire kasi po nagiging qualified na po sila sa mga posisyon.
Kagaya anong pong mga technology transfer ang nangyayari po sa Pogo sa Filipino? Ano po yung mga nakikita niyong technology transfer? Whether skills or language skills or technical skills, ano ba yung mga nakikita niyo?
Yun po,
Kasi kayo po yung involved Mas nakikita niyo kung ano po yung mga kabutihan na napupulot po ng ating mga kababayan pag nagtrabaho sila dyan sa Pogo. Aside from the income, of course, no?
Opo, Mr. Chair, yung pong ating serbisyo na nabibigay sa Pogo, kalat-kalat po, halo-halo po yung kanilang mga posisyon. Meron po tayong mga translators, meron po tayong mga engineers, meron po tayong project managers. So ano po, nakukuha na po ng mga Filipino yung mga key positions dito sa industriya. Ang issue lang po talaga pagka po language ang pinag-uusapan at B2C po, ibig sabihin business to customers at foreign yung language, then doon po tayo nagkukulang pa. Pero kaya po nagkakaroon tayo ng mga foreign workers doon po sa aspetong yon. Pero meron na po tayong grupo ng mga Filipino workers na nasa Pogo industry na translator din po ang kanilang trabaho.
So nakikita nyo may technology transfer na nangyayari.
Meron po, Mr. Chair. Yung po kasi mga service providers po kailangan ng POGO. So doon po sa pagbibigay ng serbisyo doon sa POGO, yung po mga kumpanyang yan nag-hire po ng mga tao, kasama po ang mga Filipino dyan, para po maservisyohan po yung pangangailangan ng mga operators.
Okay. Maiba lang po ako, no? Kasi isa sa kaya ho naging controversial ang Pogo industries because of crime, di ba ho? Pagtatanggalin naman ho natin ng crime, tingin ko wala naman pong controversy, no? Dahil wala naman pong debate na ang gobyerno kumikita ho dito, kahit papaano may trabaho po. Pero yung crime hindi ho maalis-alis since namulat na ho tayo dito sa Pogo. In your experience, no? Kasi kayo ho, involved kayo diyan no? At napakita ho na ni Senator Bato last time doon sa kanyang hearing na mayroon talagang Pogo-related crimes. That's a fact. Hindi na natin maalis yan at yung mga kapulisan ho natin ang magpapatunay ho niyan. Bakit tingin nyo merong Pogo-related crimes? Kayo ho ang involved, directly involved dyan. Bakit ho merong Pogo-related crimes based on your experience and your mga nakikita niyo ho?
Opo. Kung mapapansin po natin, no, it's really on a case-to-case basis kung ano po yung pinagmulan nung etong mga krimen, no. Pero kung sasabihin po natin na dahil do sa trabaho po nila bilang empleyado po ng Pogo or sabihin natin yung mga service providers, sa datos po kasi ng ASPA po wala pong ganong insidente na krimen na nangyari katulad ho dun sa nood po natin sa social media, no. Kami naman po sa ASPAP ay handang makipagtulungan, no, para sa ating gobyerno para sabihin natin ma-weed out, no, itong mga criminal incidents, no, na nangyayari sa Pogo industry, no. Sa ASPA po, we are policing our ranks, no. As a matter of fact, before ho magsimula ng trabaho yung aming foreign nationals ay meron hong briefing ho yan, merong binibrief ho sila yung do's and don'ts dito sa ating bayan, kung ano yung dapat nilang ikilos or ipakitungo, no, sa ating society po, no. So kami naman ay sa ASPA po, no, kung sakaling may malaman kami, no, na Pogo operator na hindi tumutupad sa ating batas ay handa kaming magbigay alam, no, sa ating otoridad para po sa gayon ay maiwasan at totally itong mga itong incident. At kami natutuwa, no, dahil napakinggan namin during the last Senate hearing, no, nang tinanong ni Senator Bato de la Rosa ang ating PNP na dahil doon sa intervention na ginawa ng PNP, halos wala na daw po na nangyayari. At yun naman ho, nakikita rin ho namin, no.
We recognize the presence of Senator Chis Escudero. Belated happy birthday. Papakain ka raw? Okay, thank you. May continue, Sir Bongko.
Yeah, yes po, Mr. Chair, no. So kami sa ASPA po, no, talagang kinukondena namin yung mga ganitong criminal incidents na nangyayari, no, na naapektuhan ng buong Pogo industry, no. Uulitin ko lang po sa datos namin sa ASPA po, sa kabutihang palad po wala kaming ganong insidente na kung ano man ho yung naririnig natin or napapanood natin sa social media.
Yan insofar as your members,
Tama
sinasabi
po.
niyo ho. No?
Tama po.
Pero ho, bakit industriya? Dahil talagang meron, no? Papakita ko ho sa inyo isang slide galing po sa PNP. Yung Pogo-related incidents in 2019, siyam. In 2020, 11. Nakikita niyo ho dyan
Opo.
sa screen. No? In 2021, 42. Hindi pa ho tapos ang 2022 from January to September. It's 37. No? So, hindi ho isolated case dahil taon-taon meron No?
Tama
And
po.
if you notice, it's systematic dahil kidnapping for ransom, meron. Pati nga ho, Women and Children Protection Office, meron. No? So, bakit ho may ganito based on your knowledge ho? Dahil kayo ho yung
Opo.
kayo ho yung involved, no?
Opo.
Hindi man sa inyong mga membro, baka, pero I'm sure,
May,
no, kasi nga, kalahati lang nasa inyo, sa iba, hindi nyo naman member. But sa tingin nyo, sa information ninyo, bakit ho may ganitong...
kung ibabase namin ho no sa aming yun nga ho nababasa sa balita no sa napapanood. Maaring yung iba po kasi sabihin natin illegal na nagtatrabaho ho dito no. Kumbaga kung dahil sa wala silang dokumento, wala silang papeles no, napipilitan mari no na sabihin natin kumapit sila sa patalim no. Ang nangyayari dahil hindi nila siguro kayang i-sustain or may mga iba silang pinagkakagastosan dito na malaki, nababaon sila sa utang or natutokso sila no para pumasok sa sabihin natin mga hindi magaganda at hindi po tamang gawain no. So yun po yung napapansin namin no, yung hindi po sabihin natin ay lisensyado, hindi accredited no, yung mga illegal po na nagtatrabaho sa Pogo industry, sa sa mga service providers.
So meron rin pong illegal na nagtatrabaho. When you say illegal, ito po yung hindi binibigyan ng lisensya at ng tamang permit. Tama po ba?
Opo. Yun po yung ibig sabihin na hindi po, na illegal po, yung hindi po sabihin natin accredited or licensed by PAGCOR po.
Oo. And it's in your information, sila po yung mga source nitong Pogo-related crime.
Sa aming pagkakaalam ho, kasi ang nagiging basehan namin is kung ano yung nababasa ho namin sa media. So, kasi kilala naman po namin kung sino po yung miyembro namin, kung saan sila nagtatrabaho po. So, kagaya po na nasabi ko kanina, sa aming datos, wala kaming ganong insidente pa ho, no, na sabihin natin, kung meron man ho, no, sabihin natin yung mga simple na awayan sa magkatrabaho, di ba? Hindi naman po natin maaalis yun na merong konting hindi pagkakaunawaan po sa magkakaopisina, magkakatrabaho po.
Oh, pero hindi naman nagkikidnapan.
Hindi naman po.
Mayroon naman
Hindi
talaga
po.
ho yan sa lahat ng opisina, pero hindi
Opo.
naman nagkikidnapan.
Tama po.
Sige ho, attorney. We'll go back to you, attorney. Yeah, go ahead.
Just on this point, Mr. Chairman, can you, Attorney Bonko,
Yes, sir.
can you distinguish between legal and illegal Pogo? What makes Pogo legal? What makes Pogo illegal? How many illegal Pogos are there and how many legal Pogos are there?
Yes, sir. Yes, Senator. Yung legal po na Pogo, ito po yung lisensyado po ng PAGCOR, no? So, yun po yung tinuturing namin. At yung mga hindi, dati pong may lisensya na maaring hindi na po nabigyan uli ng lisensya, hindi na po na-renew po.
Kasama dito yung mga Pogo dati na legal ni Michael Yang.
Hindi. Kung hindi na po nabigyan ng lisensya at nag-ooperate po.
Ang tawag na doon ay
Ang sa amin no, illegal po dahil...
illegal.
Opo.
What is PAGCOR doing about it, if any? Doon sa mga hindi na binigyan ng lisensya, hindi na nirenew ng lisensya, pero tuloy na nag-ooperate. Alam ba nung asosasyon ninyo? May tinutulak ba? May ginagawa ba yung asosasyon ninyo?
Yung sa ganun ho kasi, mahirap po para sa aming asosasyon na malaman kung sino po doon sa mga industry players, kung sino po yung sabihin natin na-revoke na yung lisensya o hindi po na-renew, no? Ang aming asosasyon po kasi ay nabuo lamang nitong simula po ng pandemic, March 2020 po. Kaya sa kasamaang palad, inabot po ng COVID pandemic. So, nalimit din po yung aming operation po.
What about the other half of legal Pogos? Senator Gatchalian said, the chairman, that there are about 30 plus. Only 16 are members of your organization. What about the other legal Pogos? Hindi sila organisado?
Hindi ko po natitiyak, Senator.
Now, on the point I wanted to raise in relation to the questions of the chair, I have here the PNP report on the Pogo-related incidents covering the period October 1, 2021 to September 24, 2022 after the passage of the law. It lists a total of 36 cases. Sabi nyo kanina, walang kinalaman sa mga miyembro ninyo itong mga kasong ito. So may I ask one by one? Access Devices Regulation Act violation, 3 cases. May involved ba kayo miyembro?
kami namin ay nakasuhan.
Anti-trafficking in persons, 2 kaso. Kidnap for ransom, 19 na kaso. Kidnapping and serious illegal detention, 2 kaso.
Wala po akong alam na
Less serious physical injuries, 1 kaso. You're answering based on your 16 members.
opo, yun sa kasamang palad ho, yung information ko po ay limited lang po do sa
Yung 16 members po ninyo, ilang porsyento ng kabuoang Pogo operators na legal?
halos kalahati po.
So, eksaktong kalahati din.
Ano po kasi there are 35 licensed Pogo operators. Ang aming pong miyembro po ay 16 po.
Kalahati po yung miyembro, but in terms of footprint, may malaki pong Pogo, may maliit na Pogo.
Opo.
Oh, yung 16 members po ninyo, binubuo nito ang ilang porsyento ng kabuoang negosyo ng Pogo?
Kung ibabase po natin do sa revenue collected by the government ito ay halos lagpas kalahati po.
Mga 60%?
Halos po yata. Kasi
So the remaining 40% are not your members and you don't have any data about them and the others are already illegal.
tama po, wala po kaming datos. Opo.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for
Maraming
the
salamat
introduction.
Thank you. We recognize the presence of Senator Grace Poe. Attorney Bongko, please submit to the committee the list of your members because we don't have a list of your members, so we cannot determine if they are significant members or they are small members. So we just want an idea who are your members so we can gauge the magnitude of your association.
Opo.
Thank you.
And can we also ask PAGCOR, Mr. Chairman, who are the remaining half who are not members of their association? To submit that list as well. Attorney Tan,
Yes, we will submit, Your Honor, once we cross-check with the list of ASPAP, Your Honor.
please do so. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go back to the government agencies because last time NEDA did a very poor job of presenting their data. And we were all very confused as to what was the data being presented and the people who were sent via Zoom could not answer us directly. So I thank NEDA for sending a much more capable and able USEC to present to us the economic benefits as well as cost of Pogo. And so we call on USEC Rose Edilion to present to the committee their findings.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Senior lang po, hindi naman more able. Anyway, so so our estimate of the total contribution of Pogo, so including yung mga indirect contribution is 53.1 billion pesos in 2022, and then but given that 2022 is also not a normal year, so we went back to 2019, what it was in 2019, and we found that it was the contribution was 104.5 billion. So this one already considers the real estate rental, the housing rental, the facilities management cost, and then in terms of the employee support, the transportation, the insurance coverage, the social contributions ng employee, employer, and also for all employees, whether local or Filipinos or foreigners. Then the salaries for the Filipinos, and also we also included the salaries for the foreign nationals because, again, under the assumption that this will be spent here in the country. So if that's the case, then it comes up to, in 2019, it comes up to 104.5 billion pesos. That's the direct contribution. And then this is about 0.53% of GDP. And if you run it through looking at the multiplier effect, this can actually reach 0.67 of GDP back in 2019. So, of course, in 2022, the numbers are much lower. The first, what we call the first round effect is 0.25. And then after much iteration, the multiplier, considering all the multiplier, it will reach 0.31 of GDP. So in terms of employment, although the salary is already considered in those direct benefits. But in terms of employment, we noted that in 2022, there's 16,700 hired Filipinos hired in from January to June of 2022. And again, looking at the multiplier effect, there will be additional 20,000. We expect 20,000 additional employment. Looking at those created from the food and beverage services, farming and fishing activities, retail trade, technical and administrative support services, transportation, and real estate. In 2019, the POGO operations created about 55,000 indirect employment, and this is on top of the 21,000 direct employment. However, we noted that, by the way, in terms of inflation, it's relatively negligible, and so there's not much effect on the inflation. We do note, of course, that there are anecdotal reports of increase in the cost of real estate. Yeah, but we do not have any data to support that. Again, on a larger scale. Now, in terms of the economic costs, so we're just looking at the potential economic cost here, coming from two possibilities. One is this this directive of this statement of China when they said that they will intensify their crackdown on cross-border gambling on claims that it serves as a venue for fraudulent transactions and illegal recruitment of Chinese workers. So they adopted what they call a blacklist of cross-border gambling tourism destinations. So what they threatened to stop was actually first is the tourism, the Chinese tourists coming into the Philippines, and they have singled out Cambodia and the Philippines, for that matter. Cambodia actually quickly banned the industry, but the Philippines did not heed China's call. Now, in 2019, there were 1.7 million Chinese tourists. So if because of this ban, we will no longer have the Chinese tourists. So back in like I said, 2019, we had 1.7 million tourists, and they actually contributed roughly 0.7% of GDP. So if you remember, so just on that the benefit that we said, including multiplier, will be a 0.67. And if you have this foregone income coming from the Chinese tourists, which is at 0.7% of GDP, and so we're looking at a net cost of 0.03% of GDP. There's another, Your Honor, there's another was this potential cost to the Philippines, and this is really the inclusion of the country in the Anti-Money Laundering Council's gray list. So we are included. The Financial Action Task Force has placed the Philippines in the gray list, and they have also singled out actually the POGO, meaning saying that there's low awareness and regulation of anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing. And there's the growing threat of money laundering and other fraudulent activities, the number of unregulated or unsupervised service providers, and the low level of beneficial ownership identification. Just to say, of course, that this, especially the last part, the low level of beneficial ownership identification, is not limited to the POGO operations. We are looking at at other stuff there. But what this means essentially is that for foreigners wanting to transact business with the Philippines, they will have to exert special due diligence. So just as we are trying to, attract more foreign investment, so it actually adds to the cost of doing business with the Philippines. So like there will be additional clearing times because of this, because of the fact that we are in the gray list. So actually, this is one of the objectives of the Philippine government, particularly the DOF, that we be removed from this gray list, and the target to do that is actually on or before January of 2023. So that's all we have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Yusek Edilion, for your presentation. Senator Cheese and I were both at one point chairman of the Committee on Banks, and both of us were tasked with being able to amend the AMLA law so that we will be able to comply with the FATF regulations and hopefully be taken off from the gray list. And we were able to do that on time. Unfortunately, it was supposedly in the implementation that we had some problems. But the legislative branch was compliant with being able to pass that law on time. Now, I would like to ask, based on your presentation, just to verify, are you saying that the FATF has specifically pointed out POGOs as part of the reason why the cost of doing business in the Philippines is more expensive, therefore less enticing for potential investors? Just this morning, we saw that foreign direct investments decreased by almost half, right? Compared to the same period as last year. So can you please just verify, am I correct in understanding you?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Your Honor. Yeah, thank you for the question. What we have so far is this AMLA statement back in March of 2020, when they said that 14 billion out of the 54 billion POGO transactions between 2017 and 2019 was dubbed as suspicious transactions.
It's part of their report. They
Yes, ma'am.
cited that particular
Yes, ma'am.
issue. Okay. If there's another question with regards to the presentation of Ms. Edilion, because afterwards I would like to talk to PAGCOR. Ask PAGCOR a few questions.
On this point, Mr. Chairman, ma'am, you were here via online, right? In the last hearing, or you were here in person?
No, I was not here. We were having a
Do we have the
meeting.
AMLAC representative? Yes, you were the same representative in the last hearing, right, sir?
During the last, Mr. Senator, during the last hearing, it was Mr. Jerry Leal who is present during the last hearing.
Just to clarify, Yusek Edilon, on the record, and I appeal to the records, AMLAC said that POGO-related activities are not anymore one of the reasons why we are on the gray list, because they have already addressed the implementation side of it. And they cited absence and lack of adequate monitoring on the implementation side of terrorist financing, correct me if I'm wrong, sir, of accountants and lawyers, real estate, which is indeed a problem up to now, even if we passed the law during the time of Senator Grace and during my time as chairman of the Committee on Banks. Will you confirm that statement of Mr. Leal, sir?
Sir, let me again clarify regarding the position of the MLC as to the gray listing of the Philippines. We'd like to emphasize that the POGOs were not per se mentioned in the action items of the FATF or gray listing. Nevertheless, POGOs are part of our supervised entities. Kami po yung supervise sa POGOs, including now including PAGCOR, together with other DNFBPs. Ito po yung tinatawag natin designated non-financial businesses and professions, including accountants, lawyers, real estate brokers, and developers. Hence, we should, as AMLC, we should conduct effective risk-based supervision on DNFBPs, including PAGCOR po. Hence, after the amendment of the AMLA, which includes now the casino sector in 2017, we conducted compliance checking and examinations on the POGOs. And of course, we have some findings on this examination and compliance checking. Briefly po, we'd like to briefly tell you our findings that out of the 27 POGOs that we have examined and checked regarding the compliance with AML CTF guidelines for DNFBPs. One POGO was rated vulnerable po for money laundering and terrorism financing, and 20 POGOs were found as grossly inadequate regarding po compliance with our guidelines regarding money laundering and terrorism financing. And 6 POGOs were rated non-cooperative. Ito po hindi sumusunod sa mga utos namin, hindi sumusunod sa mga sumasagot sa mga sulat namin, hindi nagre-register. Ito po yung mga findings namin as supervisor po and the one checking their compliance with AML CFT regulations. Again po, POGOs are not per se mentioned in the action items of the FATF regarding the 18 recommendations that they have required us to do. But as AMLC, we are required to conduct effective risk-based supervision on DNFBPs, which includes POGOs and service providers of POGOs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, sir.
No, this is again for Neda. You also mentioned that when China banned POGOs and discouraged other countries to host them, others were compliant. The Philippines, of course, didn't really heed that call. And in effect, did you mention something about the decrease in tourist arrivals, or at least the Chinese government directive to discourage tourism in the Philippines?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. I think the timing was also kind of unfortunate because this was actually in 2019 when they did this threat of a blacklist, and so the year afterwards is a pandemic year. And so we still don't know if, for sure, it was really because of the COVID-19, the lockdowns, that reduced those number of.
But we are supposedly in that blacklist of countries to visit, right?
Yeah, that was the threat of the Chinese
No,
government.
threat or an actual issuance?
It no list was released. It was just we were one of those countries called out.
Oh, okay.
Our attention was
No.
was called. Yeah.
Just for the record, because we want to set the record straight. We don't want to necessarily panic anyone by saying that we are in that list. That, regardless, this is what's happening, and from the information that I've received, Chinese tourists that come to the Philippines, when they stay here for a certain period of time, it will look suspicious once they return to China. For example, kung bumisita sila dito at lumagpas sila ng ilang buwan, iisipin kaagad doon, pagbalik nila, na baka may sinalihan ditong isang industriya na hindi nila pinapayagan. So dahil doon, yun din ang dahilan kung bakit yung mga nandito ayaw nang bumalik diretso sa China. Dadaan muna ng mga ibang bansa sa Asia bago pumunta ng China para hindi paghinalaan. These are the concerns that I have because supposedly there are 40,000 visas that were canceled. They're supposed to be, they're here now illegally. So it's either a summary deportation or I don't know what immigration has planned for them, but definitely when they go back to China, they won't necessarily be welcomed. So can somebody from immigration, I don't know, DOJ that had that direct.
Yes, before we call on the next resource person, we recognize the presence of our Senate President Miguel Zubiri, and Senator Marcos. Senate President, you have any opening statements before
Yes,
we
Mr.
continue?
Chairman, maraming salamat po. My dear colleague, Senator Chis Escudero, happy birthday, my dear friend. To Senator Grace po, good morning. Senator Marcos, good morning. Mr. Chairman, is it all right if I share with everyone our meeting yesterday with the Chinese ambassador, Ambassador Wang, when he visited us at the office on the 6th floor of my office, and you were present at that meeting? Is it all right, Mr. Chairman? May I be allowed?
Yes, Senate President, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am just the messenger. Please do not shoot the messenger. Yesterday afternoon at around 3:30 in the afternoon, Ambassador Wang of the uh, Chinese government had visited us in the Senate officially. And together in that meeting was Senator Sherwin Gatchalian and Senator Robin Hood Padilla. And ladies and gentlemen of the committee, we had discussed we had a bilateral meeting of sorts for our two countries on how to come up with people-to-people exchanges, how to strengthen our government's relationships with one another. And then I had asked on the issue of Pogo. And he was very, very happy that I raised that issue. And Senator Gatchalian can correct me if I'm wrong, he raised the issue on Pogo and how we can help him stop this particular games or this particular activity in our country. So I asked him, why is it being vigorously shut down by China and different countries? So he said, Mr. Senator, Mr. Senate President, in our country, a lot of people have died. I'm verbatim, I'm saying what he said. A lot of people have died, have committed suicide, who are in jail now for theft and robbery because of payments that have to be made to Pogo operators operating in other countries, particularly in the Philippines. Mr. Senate President, this is a ticklish issue between our two countries. Our President Xi Jinping, has already asked in the previous administration to shut this down because this is an illegal activity as far as we are concerned in China. We totally ban this. We're working with other governments to shut these games in their countries down, or these activities down. And it also, Mr. Senate President, he told me, it also provides criminality to the host country, as what you have seen in your country recently. This has happened and been transpiring right now in Cambodia, where the Cambodian government is now trying to ban it, in other countries. And he said he will provide us the list of countries that have banned it already through the request of the People's Republic of China. Now, I asked him, what are the Chinese government doing about it? Because, if it is officially banned in your country, how do you reach out to other countries who host these particular games or this particular industry? And how do you prevent it from happening in China? They go, Mr. Senate President, and Senator Gatchalian was there, the chairperson. He said it's very difficult to stop online transactions. Everyone knows that. The whole world knows that. So what we do is we blacklist Chinese nationals who operate Pogo facilities in other countries. So when they reach China, they are jailed, as a matter of fact. But according to him, it's not those who participate in Pogo as like call center agents or the agents that work in Pogo centers. It's more of the financiers, the operators, the officers of the Pogo establishments is what they're targeting. And they said, and I'd like to echo what Senator Poe had just said earlier. The Ambassador Wang said that the Philippines now is part of a blacklist of tourist sites because they do not know if the tourists going there will be operating or will be joining POGO operations. And they do not know if their nationals, the Chinese nationals who go to the Philippines, will be safe from illegal activities being done by the triad, by the syndicates operating POGOs. They may also be kidnapped, mistaken for POGO operators. So that is the reason why there's been a drop, a significant drop of Chinese tourists. By the way, which was the largest number of foreign tourists pre-pandemic in the Philippines. We had about maybe according to the ambassador, about 2 million tourists in 2019 pre-pandemic, the most across the region. And now hardly any, well, because also it's pandemic, they're very restrictive. But according to him, because of the problem of POGO, Ambassador Wang said that the Philippines now is blacklisted and tourists are discouraged to go to the Philippines because of this particular problem of POGO. And he kept repeating that the social costs are very high, Mr. Senate President, and we wish that the Philippine government take action on this. So I mentioned to him, there's two schools of thought now. There's two schools of thought in the Senate. One is a particular group of senators would want an abolition, a total ban of POGO, just what we did with Isabong. Another is to regulate and strictly regulate. What is your opinion on that? And the ambassador said, and we had very many witnesses in the room, he said, in our experience and the experience of other countries, Mr. Senate President, regulation is not the key. Hindi po siya um, hindi po siya 100% effective because the illegal activity will still continue. And of course, you're still aiding, we will still be aiding and abetting an illegal activity in another country. So that is what struck me, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to close on this issue because the question I'd like to ask, are we aiding and abetting an illegal activity in another country? Is our country hosting an illegal activity in another country? That is a question that we must all ponder and make a decision on. I have, the reason why I'm just sharing the message today, because I think it is very relevant on many issues, on many topics across many issues. And so I'm not a legal expert. My dear colleague, Senator Escudero, is a legal luminary. Are we aiding and abetting and hosting an illegal activity for another country? That is the number one question. How will that sit well in the international community? Number two. And number three, would it strain ties between our country and the country such as China, which is actually the one complaining of this particular illegal activity? And so I want to ask these questions, Mr. Chairman, and I think these are very valid points. And I hope you can also say a few words, Mr. Chairman, because you were right beside me when we were discussing this with the embassy. And I'd like to move that we also invite an officer of the Embassy of China to participate, and the ambassador agreed that he will send an officer or an official of the Chinese embassy to read out a statement, the official statement on China's position on POGO, which is to totally ban, it's totally illegal in China. So, my point there, Mr. Chairman, is tayo nga, galit tayo sa mga nag-i-import ng droga sa Pilipinas. Aren't we upset when somebody brings in imported shabu? Nag-aalboroto po ang mga kababayan natin na ang kumikita lang dyan ang illegal syndicates from other countries. They're plying their illegal trade in the Philippines. Isn't it similar in nature wherein we are also aiding and abetting an illegal activity in another country? So these are questions that I'd like to ask the committee, to pose to the committee. And these messages are not mine, gentlemen and ladies. These were from the mouth of the ambassador of China who visited the Senate yesterday as a courtesy call. Ba, siguro, nalaman niya, meron tayong hearing ngayong umaga. So yun lamang po, Mr. Chairman. And I leave it to the chair to ask and propound these questions to the stakeholders that are there today in your hearing. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Before I recognize Senator Cheese, let me recognize Senator Senator Ercito.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Senate President, if I may suggest, it might not be proper, and in fact may be improper, for us to invite a representative of a foreign country to testify before any inquiry of the Senate, which is purely an internal matter. I think the statements shared by the good Senate President is enough to inform and afford the committee the opportunity to include it in its evaluation, but to actually invite a representative from a foreign country with respect to an internal matter in the Philippines. Because for that matter, then let's invite them too when we talk of the West Philippine Sea. Let's invite them too about smuggling, that most of it is coming from other countries, that is also affecting the crime rate in the country. I don't think it'll be proper both ways. For us to invite them when we need them, or for them to come to us. But I think the statements of the good Senate President is on the record, I believe, Mr. Chair, and will be taken into consideration by the committee as we proceed with this committee hearing, so
May
as
I,
not to
Mr.
avoid
Chairman?
any appearances of impropriety.
Yeah, may
Just
I,
a
Mr. Chairman? I
clarificatory.
agree.
I submit, Mr. Chair. I submit, Mr. Senate
Just
President.
clarificatory on the statement of Senator Escudero. I just want to clarify: are we not? Is it not proper to invite a foreign national or a foreign diplomat? Because I think that we can invite a foreign national if that foreign national is a witness, or is that not in our rules?
No, foreign national can be invited if he's involved in any particular, and we've done that in the past.
So I mean, because based on the statement, so we just the diplomatic corps, right? Or
Mr. Chairman, if I may, and I'd like to put on record, the dear Ambassador Wang had mentioned, and you can confirm this, Mr. Chairman, you were there. He said, we know the Philippines is a sovereign nation. We know the Senate is a sovereign body of the Philippines, the Republic of the Philippines. But this is our official position. So he mentioned that they have an official statement on the matter. If we may we just ask the Chinese embassy to submit to us as a resource. We do that in the past, an official statement, and I think the official statement should suffice. If it is all right with Senator Escudero, they have an official statement on the position on the Chinese government on this issue, and if it may be made as part of the records of this particular hearing. I think it's very relevant because, again, the question comes to mind, are we aiding and abetting and hosting an illegal activity for another country? So I think we should at least allow this statement, the official statement of the Chinese government on this particular issue. Salamat po, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, did our Senate President ask the Chinese ambassador, okay, we won't host them anymore. Can you not disturb our West Philippine Sea?
Why not? I have no authority to do so, Madam Grace Po, Senator Grace Po. Of course, I'm very careful when we discuss matters on foreign relations because really the foreign policy is headed by our president. But of course, we discussed a little bit on the issue in the South or the West Philippine Sea, but just very on the issue on oil and gas exploration raised by Senator Robin Hood Padilla. He was the one who raised that point. But on the issue of Pogo, I think it would be beneficial to the committee to know the position of the country that, again, these are illegal according to them. No, it's totally illegal. These activities are being plied or being used illegally or being done illegally. I think that's quite relevant in this case because remember what I said about tourism. It is a big problem if the Chinese government all of a sudden blacklists the Philippines. Remember, according to the master himself, in pre-pandemic times, during pre-pandemic times, there were 10 million tourists visiting Thailand in 2019, Chinese tourists. Imagine if those Chinese tourists, legitimate tourists, were visiting the Philippines, 10 million of them. That will boost our tourism in the country and MSMEs on the tourism industry. So yun lamang, Mr. Chairman, you can confirm this to my distinguished colleagues that are there. Maybe a statement from the Chinese embassy would suffice. So not to, at least to go with the idea of Senator Escudero that we need not have to ask a foreign, or at least from foreign embassies, to participate in this particular issue. But I think it is all right, and suffice to say, safe to say, that we get a statement, the official statement of the embassy. Thank you.
Without hair splitting, Mr. Chairman, I will have no objection insofar as the official statement, given your conversation and courtesy call by the Ambassador of China to the Philippines, for the official statement to be submitted through a member, through the Senate President, but for the Senate Committee not to ask for that official statement from China. But it can be submitted through any member of the Senate as part of the records, as you have so indicated in your oral manifestation with respect to the rough contents of the statement. So it can be submitted through the distinguished Senate President without the
Okay, we'll
committee
do that,
asking for
Mr.
that.
Chairman, with the permission of my colleagues that are listening in. We will ask the embassy to submit an official statement to the Senate as an official correspondence, and I will share this and submit this to the committee. Maraming salamat, my dear colleagues. Thank you very
Thank
much,
you.
ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Senate President. And I do confirm that yesterday we met the Chinese ambassador and we talked about many items, including Pogo. And just to give the gist of our conversation, the ambassador, as what the Senate President said, categorically said that all forms of gambling is illegal. In fact, he said gambling in Pogo, investing in Pogo, working in Pogo is illegal under Chinese laws. But then again, we have to expand that and expound that. No, that's why yesterday the idea of inviting Chinese representative or requesting for a statement came out. But I do want to expand that and also inquire about the law that governs gambling in China and how it can extend to other jurisdictions. And the reason why I ask that is because it has certain dynamics here in our country. For example, those who were apprehended, who were working in illegal pogos, those who are scheduled to be deported, those who are apprehended because they were working in pogos, obviously those people will not want to go back to China. No? And what is the dynamic of that issue, of that scenario to us? No? Because right now I understand from the DOJ that a few thousands of illegal aliens who were caught working in Pogos are now with them, no, being taken care of, and they are, and I understand they're scheduled to be deported. But then again, if this law is in effect in China, what will be the impact and what will be the dynamics to us? In fact, I just want to share with you a press release from China. In fact, the Chinese embassy has not been remiss in reminding the Philippines about their position in so far as gambling is concerned. So in 2021, they in their website, and let me just flash, no, and I hope you guys can read it in the red box. Let me read. The Chinese side stressed that China strongly opposes all forms of gambling and prohibits all Chinese nationals from participating in gambling operations, investing in gambling by Chinese entities or individuals, and all Chinese nationals from gambling, and that the Chinese government had once again reminded Chinese nationals in the Philippines not to engage in gambling activities. So, on top of the request for statement, we'd like to seek clarification on the law governing this statement so that we will understand the dynamics and the scenarios that will be coming up once we pursue this issue of Pogo in our country. So then again, let me put it at that. No?
Mr. Chair, just to address that with closure, we can ask data from the DOJ because, as far as I know, anyone who has violated the terms of his or her visa, giving him or her a right to stay in the country, will be deported, regardless of whether or not they committed an illegal act in their country. The only exception would be political persecution, whereby they will be allowed to apply for political asylum. Absent that, they will and should be deported because they have violated their right to stay in the country, regardless of whether or not they violated a domestic law in their country of nationality.
Mr. Chairman, I think what you're saying has a great implication if indeed there is a law there in China that says that these are illegal activities. Therefore, those that are meant to be deported might ask for an asylum political. So if it's an illegal activity, they won't be able to avail of that. All right. Thank you for your clarifying, Senator.
Might be
Fidel.
want to we might want to ask the DOJ too if we have an extradition treaty, because if indeed this is a crime and we have an extradition treaty with China that includes this crime, then it is our duty to actually deport them and not allow political asylum unless they can point to a political connection that they're being silenced or subdued because of their political beliefs.
But in reality, colleagues, alam naman natin mangyayari, there are two things. No? Either number one, magtatago sila. No? Number two, maglalagay sila. No? So these are the two things that practically can happen. No? And I've received some reports that the sum that is being requested, no, by certain scrupulous individuals in government to provide them with protection goes as high as 1 million pesos. No? So those are the things that we need to also study carefully. No? These are the consequences uh, of those who are apprehending, those who want to deport, and we need to look at the dynamics very carefully. So with colleagues, I'd like to pursue some issues with PAGCOR, if you're with the permission of the body. And I would like to ask PAGCOR on a macro point of view, because we're pinpointing to Pogo here in the Philippines, operations of Pogo here in the Philippines. But I want to ask PAGCOR the macro point of view. First is the income being derived from Pogo here in the Philippines. Where does it come from? No? What country does it? What country do we derive the gambling proceeds from?
Sir, sir, we have we in our regulations, we have local-based pogos and foreign-based pogos. So what we have when they submit to us their gross gaming revenue, we only have the breakdown of the currencies, Your Honor.
It's what's the majority of the currencies?
San, it's in Chinese yuan, Your Honor.
How big is the Chinese yuan in terms of currencies? Just estimate lang, 50%, 80%, 90%, 100%. So we'll give us a picture of where the Pogo income is coming from.
Maybe it's around 50%, Your Honor.
Just 50%.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So 50% of all online gambling comes from China.
It's in Chinese yuan currency, Your Honor.
Chinese yuan,
Yes.
which is the denomination in China.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So, and what's the other 50%?
No. Sir, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, may we just, with the indulgence of this committee, may we request that we submit the list or the data for the currencies that we receive, or the data on the currencies.
What I'm driving at is where the gambling money is coming from, no? And because we want to understand also, are we just hosting China? Because from a common sense point of view, obviously majority of the workers here, I was looking at statistics, almost 90% plus, no, are from China. So I would assume that we are getting all of our gambling income from China.
Yes, Your Honor. We, if with the indulgence of this committee, Your Honor, because the gross gaming revenue is, the data is being handled by our compliance monitoring and enforcement department, and we do not have the exact data now. So may we ask the permission of this committee to submit that particular data within this week.
All right, you can do that. Another question is, if 50%, well, I assume it's more than 50%, because majority of our workers, Pogo workers, are from China. If it's more than, assuming it's 50%, we'll take your word for it. How can Chinese gamble online? Because I understand that in China, the internet, the whole of their ISPs are all state-owned. So from a technical point of view, how can the Chinese bet online if the government controls the internet service providers? What type of technology do they use to circumvent that? Like, can you turn on the...
Mr. Chair, I'm not aware of what exactly the technology that they use, but uh, for existing technology, Your Honor, they may use, anong tawag dun sa, para hindi ka matrack. They may use VPN technology, Your Honor, wherein when you access a certain website, you can change your location, Your Honor, and then it will not show that you are in that particular country or geographical location, Your Honor.
From PAGCOR's information, they use VPN.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, to bet here to the Philippines.
That could be a possibility, Your Honor.
Okay, and is the VPN a stable way of sustaining this business?
Your Honor, I'm not sure, Your Honor, because
Because what I understand, the VPN is a way of circumventing, correct?
on the part of the bettors, Your Honor. But as a policy, Your Honor, our licensees are not allowed to make use of that technology so that their bettors can play in jurisdictions where betting is prohibited, Your Honor.
In the case of China, it's prohibited. So how do they bet if that is not allowed?
We can only speculate, Your Honor, that bettors from China may use that kind of technology, Your Honor. We're only speculating, Your Honor, but we do not actually know if that is their way of circumventing that policy, Your Honor.
Just submit to us. PAGCOR being the regulator, you should know all of this. No, it's not only deriving income, but also studying where the income is coming from. No, because from what I'm looking is, I want to know if Pogo is a sustainable business model for PAGCOR. No? And if income can be derived on a sustainable manner from China. No? That's what I'm driving at.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we will submit data on where most of the incomes come from, and also uh, as to the currencies that we or the clientele of our licensees come from, Your Honor.
Assuming we allow Pogo to continue for the next 5, 10, 20 years, where do you see Pogo 5, 10 years from now, from Pagcor's point of view? What is the outlook of the Pogo industry from Pagcor's point of view?
Right now, Your Honor, from 2020, when the pandemic hit, we had lessening of our number of licensees, and also that also resulted in decrease in the total income generated from the Pogo industry. So, but in the sorry, but recently, Your Honor, there's been that the industry right now is trying to uh, stabilize itself. It was just recently that their recruitment of employees were allowed. So before, when we had the lockdown, they had difficulty in recruiting employees, and we also had the lockdowns which stopped their operations. So bumaba po yung
Understand that,
income
attorney,
nila.
but is there a roadmap in short for Pogo? Because if you talk to the the BPO people, they would always look at the future, no? 10 years down the road, 20 years down the road, being the regulator and being a beneficiary of Pogo income at 2% gross GGR. Pogo, it's to the interest of Pagcor to know where Pogo is going. What is the future of Pogo? Is Pogo a sustainable business for the country? Of course, we want business, we want investment, we want revenues, but we also want the good kind, no? The good one type of business. No? Diba?
Yes, Mr.
So,
Sorry.
so is there a roadmap for the Pogo sector? For
Yeah.
example, how many Pogos will come in the next 5 years? How many employees are they going to hire? What type of outlook are you looking at for Pogo? Is there such a thing for Pogo from Pagcor's point of view?
Mr. Chair, right now, we are just looking to regain the footing that Pogo had in its strongest year. Uh, our strongest year, Mr. Chair, was in 2019. So we are just looking to regain that kind of footing within the next 5 years, Your Honor.
So you're trying to encourage them, is what you're saying. Kasi you're saying you want to go back to the 2019 numbers and hopefully use that as a peg for future Pogo operations. So that's your position.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
so
Your Honor.
PAGCOR, for the record, is for the continuance of the Pogo. Um,
On that point, Mr. Chair, if I may, Senator Grace, didn't PAGCOR recently allow casinos to now engage in online gambling or gaming?
I-
Casinos, different from Pogo.
Yes, yes, Your Honor. I believe they have their own setup with the casinos for online gambling.
Which is similar to Pogo but not under a Pogo license but under a casino license.
Yes, Your Honor.
In other words, you expanded the license of the casino to include what Pogos are doing now.
Yes, Your Honor.
And when did you do that, sir?
Mr. Chair, actually, I think that's the business model of the one in Cambodia. They have their online, their Pogo, but they're keeping it within a casino structure. So
Yeah,
I'm just saying that.
When, sir?
Around 2020, Your Honor. It was when Pogo allowed the Philippine inland gaming operations.
That's the key word, Mr. Chairman, inland, because in theory, as I said in the previous hearing, the charter of PAGCOR pertains to territorial gambling. It was never amended to include internet gaming. That's why originally CESA and APECO were invented, although internet gaming was not yet a thing at that time. They just included that word internet. That's why it's been with Cagayan for the longest time. And then during the time of President Duterte, by executive fiat, he transferred it to PAGCOR. But there was no amendment insofar as PAGCOR's charter is concerned. And again, for the record, Mr. Chairman, for the second time around, there are three elements of gaming or gambling: a bet, a game of chance, and settlement of payment. None of the three occur here in the Philippines insofar as online gaming is concerned. Unlike a territorial-based casino wherein the bet is actually made here in a table, the game of chance is on a table or a slot machine, and the settlement of payment, if you win, will be either through sa, ano yun, lalagyan na yun sa slot machine at saka sa table. That is one thing that the Committee on Games perhaps should look at insofar as making legal whatever internet and online forms of gambling that PAGCOR is currently allowing and providing for. Hindi ko pinapalaki yung trabaho, Sir Win.
Mr. Chair, can I just ask PAGCOR? This is actually, can you tell me what a master license is for POGOs?
Your Honor, we do not have that kind of license for POGOs, Your Honor.
But is it true that you issue master license to owners and they're able? So you don't issue that to Pogo. Who do you issue it to?
Your Honor, under our offshore gaming regulatory manual, we only issue an offshore gaming license, Your Honor. There's no other category for that
So
license, Your
okay, so it's an offshore gaming license.
Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
But is it true that those, okay, let's say that have received those gaming licenses are allowed to issue sub licenses?
Your Honor, they are not allowed to issue sub-licenses, Your Honor. For the offshore gaming license, Your Honor, that's just for the person that was, or the entity that was issued to. He or she cannot sub-license it to another corporation, Your Honor.
Okay, so that you're definite about this, huh? Because there's a list of accredited. So can you explain to me the service providers of the Pogo industry? Because apparently, this is divided into two parts: the service provider and the special class BPOs.
Yes.
Are you familiar with that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, please explain.
Your Honor, for the setup, Your Honor, for offshore gaming operators, for POGOs, they are either locally based or foreign based. Now, if they are locally based, they can undertake all the services that a service provider may provide. But for foreign based operators, Your Honor, they have to operate here through the use of, or through availing the services of service providers. Now, for our service,
So pwede, may binigyan ng offshore gaming license, tapos they can get their service providers, correct?
they operate through their service providers, Your Honor.
They operate through their service providers. So they can actually have many different service providers, different companies
Y-
supplying the service, correct?
yes, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Chair.
And majority of them are Chinese.
No, Your Honor. Most of our service providers or all of our service providers are locally based, Your Honor.
They're local.
Filipino owned, Your Honor.
So what do they actually do? What service do they provide?
Your Honor, for our types of service providers, we have customer relations service provider.
Sir,
Sir,
actually, I know what you said, they're locally based, but majority of their employees are Chinese, particularly because they do marketing in China. And they don't even hire Singaporean Chinese, they don't even hire Vietnamese Chinese. They have to get somebody who is knowledgeable in the chat communities in China to be able to market the operations of Pogo here. I think WeChat, Weibo, I forget these apps that they have in China. So you're telling me that majority of their employees are Filipino? Or baka security guard, janitorial services, ano bang?
right now, Your Honor, the data is they're almost half and half, Your Honor. So almost 50-50, Your Honor. 50% are local, and then 50% are foreign nationals, Your Honor.
Okay, if you can submit that, if we go now to a service provider, we can find that 50-50% ratio, huh?
Your Honor, we submitted the list of service providers and the number of employees that they have. So there, the ratio there is almost 50-50, Your Honor.
What's a special BPO sector?
Uh, Your Honor, for special class BPOs, this is a type of service provider which only handles marketing services for an offshore gaming operator which is registered in a foreign jurisdiction, Your Honor. So for SCBPOs, Your Honor, they are not allowed to do or engage in gambling activities. So they do not handle bets, Your Honor. So it's similar to a call center, Your Honor, but it caters to an offshore gaming operator which operates or is registered in a foreign jurisdiction, Your Honor.
So, from the information I gathered, the special class BPO was made to make it look like there's actually 48% Filipino and 52% foreign national. So to make it look like it's actually a BPO, but it's not.
Your Honor, we
So I mean, you have your internal investigations. I'm just saying that maybe you should really look into this claim, or you're just taking their word for it.
we note that observation, Your Honor. But for SCBPOs in our regulation, they must hire at least 90% of their manpower locally, Your Honor.
Eh, ito may data dito si Senator Win eh. 4 Filipinos as against to 72 foreign. Anyway, this is the list that you submitted. Well, actually, there's at one point, I'll go back to this. I'm still looking for this point in my notes. Go ahead.
Senator Sito, you have any?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Anyway, I've been listening. My concern only being the chair of the committee on housing and urban planning. I also I was able to review the information that we got from Mr. David Lichu is here also. So just like to take advantage of the time, Mr. Chair, because for the record, Mr. Chair, I'm also concerned with the continued presence of Pogo, especially those illegals that are, creating havoc here. Siguro, before I go into the real estate, Mr. Chair, if you're allowed, just 2 points. Siguro sa PNP, can we ask who will be, si General Cruz, no? Nung una nating hearing about Pogo, siguro last month or 2 months ago, nung lumabas yung mga video na medyo nakakainis, nakakagalit, no, dahil sa mga ginagawa ng mga sindikato dito. Tanong ko lang, how many incidents or what that has transpired, kung may mga nangyari pang insidente na mga ganun, na mga aktibidades ng mga Pogo at o foreign nationals. After nung hearing natin, mga ilan na po, meron pa ba? May may data tayo?
Good morning to the honorable members of the committee. I have here, sir, the statistics on Pogo-related incidents by offense by month for the period from January 1, 2022 up to this date, up to October 6, 2022. And the PNP had recorded a total of 38 cases or incidents. And most of these cases happened or transpired in January of this year. But for this month, we have not recorded any incident relating to Pogo cases. And out of the 38 cases that we have recorded in the Philippine National Police, 16 of which were kidnapping for ransom, and 5 were trafficking in persons. So that's our latest data, sir.
Pero General Cruz, nung magmula nung nangyari yung hearing, no, yung mga hearings natin dito, so walang zero incidents na after that.
Yes, sir. The October for this year, we have not recorded any incidents about Pogo.
What did the Philippine National Police do? Increased police visibility? Talaga bang nag-crackdown kayo doon sa mga nangyaring incidents? Nag-follow up ba kayo? Were those cases solved?
Yes, sir. In fact, our Chief PNP, Police General Rodolfo S. Asorin Jr., had immediately directed the regional directors of NCRPO, PRO4A, and PRO3 to maximize our deployment in these areas wherein Pogo establishments are located, particularly in the southern part of Metro Manila. So until now, we are doing this, sir. The NCRPO is maximizing its presence in this area of Metro Manila, especially in Pasay, Makati, Muntinlupa, and Las Piñas. And right now, sir, also as directed by our Chief PNP, we are now conducting caravans on the issuance of the National Police Clearance that we maintain at the Directorate for Investigation. And as of now, sir, we have issued a total of dito natin, National Police. Can I just get my data, sir? Data natin, sir. So the National Police Clearance Pogo Caravan, this is our initiative in the Philippine National Police to issue clearances to all Pogo workers, mostly located in southern Metro Manila. And as of today, we have already issued 7,840 National Police Clearance to different Pogo workers. And most of these companies are the following: Billion Dragon Outsource, we have issued 1,340. Far East Outsource Processing, 16. Easy Tech Support Incorporated, 70. Smart Group Asia Incorporated, 361. 3D Analyzer, Macapagal Avenue, 508. Smart Twin Incorporated, 903. One Fang Technology Management, 1,125. And the Pearl Plaza, located in Pasay, with 3,517. So, sir, this is a good initiative from the Philippine National Police because this is not simply a clearance to being issued to the Pogo workers, but this is a way of getting information from these companies about the personal data, even the photos and biometrics of these Pogo workers who are working in our country. And there are around 30 nationalities that we have gathered who signified or who applied for our clearances. And most of these are, of course, the top nationality is are Filipinos with 2,043 clearances issued. Chinese with 3,307 clearances issued, followed by Filipinos with 2,043 clearances issued. And then third is the Vietnamese with 1,255 clearances issued. We are continuously conducting this POGO caravan so that until such time that all the workers related to POGO are already accounted so that our database will be complete so that this is one way of identifying in the future as part of our investigation if there are incidents that we will handle in these POGO establishments.
Mr. Chairman, siguro tanong ko lang kay Gerald Cruz, doon sa mga incidents na mula no January hanggang nung isang buwan, no? Kasi ngayon zero incidents. Meron ba tayong data as to sino po yung illegal at legal na POGO?
Sir, we cannot answer in the Philippine National Police whether the operation of POGO is illegal or not. And we believe that this can be answered by the PAGCOR. But as far as crime is concerned, that is the way we handle the investigation on arresting POGO workers who are involved in crimes.
Nabatang ano ko lang kasi dyan yung siguro meron man tayong paraan para malaman kung yung mga nahuli natin are overstaying aliens or that means illegal na po sila o yung mga legal na may papeles at nagtatrabaho dun sa mga kumpanya rito.
Yes, sir.
So siguro yan ang magandang importante rin yung data na yun
Yes, sir.
para sa ating pong while we are ongoing this investigation is ongoing.
Yes, sir. That is part of our investigation, but as of now, sir, I really don't have the accurate data about this existence of illegal POGO, sir.
Ang concern ko lang, Mr. Chair, because of that, syempre concerned din tayo sa, because of those videos, talagang disturbing. We do not want criminal syndicates to be coming here to the country through the use of the avenue, Pogo Avenue. Kasi siguro, Mr. Chair, kung napanood nyo yung sa Netflix, yung Big Boss, no? Parang naging hub tayo ng sindikato because ang tingin ng mga criminal syndicates, international syndicates, dito nabibili ang politiko, nabibili pati ang pulis, ini-escortan pa, no? Yung mga pogon siga-siga dyan na iba, di ba? So kaya naman pala na zero incidents as long as the PNP increases its police visibility. And ako nakikita ko, no? Because I bike around the area, this Pogo area, nakita ko yung mga bagwang police, lahat, no? They're on patrol, on the hotels, on the establishments. So I hope that the PNP would continue doing this because this will serve as a deterrent for all of these foreign nationals that are working in particular, mga Chinese nationals, but for all foreign nationals, no, that are working here. So of course, that is very important in our analysis, no, before we make decisions in this So kaya naman pala, General, no, na ma-weed out natin o matigil, maging deterrent tayo, no, doon sa criminal activities nito mga foreign nationals. Basta with increased police visibility, tsaka siguro dapat talaga pakita natin na PNP, the challenge will be really na hindi uubra yung kanilang pagsiga-siga dito. Just like yung sa Big Boss, dapat di na maulit yun. We have to show that hindi tayo nabibili, pati politiko, police, akala nila kayang bilhin dito eh. Di ba? So kaya naman pala. As what happened transpired in the last month, no, na zero incidents. Sana lang magtuloy-tuloy, no? I just like to commend the Southern Police District kasi sa inyong area ito, no? Dapat sana magtuloy-tuloy ito.
Yes, sir. That is the directive and desire of our CPNP to sustain our maximum visibility in these areas and even in some crime-prone areas in the country, sir.
Thank you, General Cruz. Siguro, if Mr. Chair, yung lang, one more point, is okay, if it's okay. Yung sa real estate na lang. If it's okay, Mr. Chairman. Nakita ko yung last time Mr. Lichu was here because I was chairman of the Committee on Housing, you were concerned about the sudden pull out of POGOs. No? What will be the effect overall on the housing industry as a whole and the real estate industry as a whole?
Good morning, Your Honor. Thank you for having me here. I do think that the sudden pullout, an abrupt pullout of this industry will cause vacancies across the property sector. And a big chunk of that will be in the residential sector because they occupy probably almost 2 times to a little bit over 2 times of the office space that they acquire in the residential sector. And our estimates is that from what's left today, they may lose about close to 19 billion pesos in rent. And the point I tried to make in the last hearing, Senator, is that the government is just as invested in the property sector as the private sector because the government enjoys VAT collections, real estate taxes, and a significant volume of transactions because of this industry, partly because of this industry, and all that will disappear if all of a sudden 2 million square meters of residential space get vacated today. And another point is, another way to illustrate that is that the Pogo sector is paying, let's say, between 1,500 to 2,000 pesos per square meter in the office sector. And if that so that means that the government gets about 12% VAT on that. So that's about anywhere from 160, 70 pesos per square meter to 220 pesos per square meter on the VAT alone on the office sector. And if rents come down, the rents will come down to, let's say, half that or a third that, then the VAT base also comes down. There's also the issue of transaction volume in both the office and residential sector that will disappear or slow down significantly, and that will also impact revenues of the government as well as the private sector.
So would there be a glut in the for example, in the condominium?
There will be a larger glut, yes.
Larger glut.
We already have an oversupply today that is being managed quite gracefully as of now. But if we are to vacate 2 million square meters of residential space, I think that could be quite meaningful in the impact to the economy.
Just like to ask, no, as a chairman of the Committee on Housing, again, Mr. Chair, there was a law that we passed, yung balance housing, that all the condominium buildings that will be constructed, there has to be a socialized housing component, 20%. No? Were all of these condos that were built recently, especially in this area, were they able to comply? Kasi sayang din yung 20%. Mr. Chair, ang target ng administration is to solve the backlog of 6 million. That's 1 million houses that we need to build every year. So, tanong ko lang kay Mr. Lichu, did those condominium developers comply with the socialized housing component to comply with the law on balance housing?
I think at least for the publicly listed developers, they are heavily regulated across several agencies, and I'm quite confident that they are compliant. We don't have any visibility on the smaller, more private companies, and Your Honor, we are analyzing the goal of the administration to satisfy the 6 million housing backlog as we speak. And I'm hoping that if the senators is open and willing, we would be happy to share those ideas with your honor. Thank you.
Last point, Mr. Chair. I think most of us we're not gamblers. We're never into gaming. But of course, ang concern ko talaga yung real estate industry. We do not want it to collapse or to crash, no? Just like what happened in 1997. No, it was really it had a big effect on our economy. Ang ano ko lang, Mr. Lichu, what if in case there's slow yung transition, no? But if he slowly, kung hindi naman yung total pull out kagad or stop Pogo, kumbaga slowly, can the real estate survive? And kung dahan-dahan sigurong if-phase out, so to speak, in the future, no? Or kasi ang concern mo, if it's a sudden pull out, it will really impact on the real estate industry. So, kung ma-phase out slowly as we transition, kasi may mga proposals that we employ more Filipinos or Chinoys instead of foreign nationals. So, does the real estate industry, do you have any plans for this?
Yes, Your Honor. I do think that a gradual pull-out is better than an abrupt pull-out. If I was to be asked, I would favor the existence of the Pogo sector to Philippines because of its economic contributions to the Philippines. And if I may go further, with everything that I've heard so far, my understanding is that there's an issue with China. Is one issue. It may be addressed in other ways. Not all, from my understanding, not all the Pogo, not the entire Pogo industry is China. And even though they are a significant part of the industry, I do understand that there are Israeli companies, Australian companies, American companies, Japanese companies, Malaysian companies that are here operating the same. And in 2019, 2018, we were anticipating the entry of the Indian sector of the Pogo industry. And I think that also would have been quite meaningful. So I sit on the board of the BPO Association of the Philippines. We build a roadmap every 6 years. And if we can contribute to any kind of roadmap for the Pogo sector, we'll be very happy to do so.
Well, thank you for that, Mr. Licho. And I hope that I can also get studies from your projections, probably, yung sudden pull out and then vis-a-vis yung gradual transition. So, because I'm really concerned, Mr. Chair, dun sa real estate component, because of course, we want the housing industry to be able to recover the real estate and also for us, for the government, sa housing backlog to be addressed, no? So yun yung mga ano natin because this may affect also no, nakaka-apekto. So if you can give us projections later on. And last point, Mr. Chair, kay General Eliseo Cruz, sabi po ni General Asurin last time that yung mga Pogo na ini-escort ang PSBG personnel, nagtuloy-tuloy pa ba ron o pinatigil na po? Kasi marami po nakakita na maraming mga foreign nationals, no? Especially mga mainland Chinese na involved, na may mga escort sila.
Yes, sir. The reason why the director of PSPG is with us, Police Brigadier General Joel Neil Salcedo. Can I give the...
Yes,
can I
General
allow you
Salcedo,
to answer
please.
the question, sir?
Give us the
Sir,
data kung
good
anong
morning,
ginawa ng
sir.
PSPG.
I'm Police Brigadier General Salcedo, sir, Director of the PSPG, sir. In fact, sir, based on our record, sir, we do not have any police escort or coming from our unit or escorting to the Pogo workers, sir. In fact, sir, there's also already a practice that all PSPG personnel who act as a protective security to all private individual, our directive is as they must wear a type C uniform, sir. Kasi ang iba dyan, sir, na pagkamalan na police, hindi naman police, kaya matagal sir required namin, sir, na mag-uniform sa sir, type C uniform, sir.
Ano pa yung type C? Yung full uniform talaga?
Yes, sir, full uniform, sir.
Para identified, hindi
Yes, sir.
nakabarog lang.
Yes, sir. That's one of our program.
Thank you for that. Kasi nagpa-update lang because I think, Mr. Chair, the last hearings were naging concern yun that a lot of these Pogos or foreign nationals are given escort. So dapat siguro talaga magkaroon ng accounting, no, para hindi na rin sila sisiga-siga dito. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mamaya I'll just ask questions again on the real estate projections probably and other things. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Before I recognize Senator Escudero, let me recognize the virtual presence of Senator Coco Pimentel and the physical presence of Senator Padilla.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I direct my first question to Major General Cruz? Sir, napanood niyo ba yung video sa social media, yung parang nasa loob ng restaurant, nagkapormahan, nagkatutukan, tapos biglang may nakahiga, tapos pinagsasaksak yung tao na parang baboy o parang hayop? Are you familiar with the video I'm referring to?
Yes, Mr. Chair, sir.
Did you have occasion to investigate that incident?
That incident, sir, was investigated and considered solved. Although there's only one who was arrested, but I think more than 20 persons were charged.
Yung
Charged
sumaksak
before.
na huli po ba?
Ang pagkakalam ko po, hindi po nahuli yung sumaksak.
So hindi pa completely solved. Are you aware of the identities of the other persons who were there?
Identified, sir, ang more than 20 persons.
Is this Pogo related?
We counted this as Pogo related. Dahil, sir, I think the Southern Police District had identified some of the personnel involved are connected with Pogo operation.
Based on
The names and on their investigation, that most of the identified persons are employed in Pogo operation.
with valid visas, working visas here, have you checked as asked by Senator JV?
As of
Because
now,
that
sir,
will distinguish between illegal Pogo and legal Pogo. Kapag ka may valid working visa yan, nagtatrabaho yan sa legal Pogo. Kapag ka wala yung valid working visa, illegal Pogo konektado yan.
as of now, sir, I cannot answer your question, sir.
Kindly submit to us, sir, if possible, at a later
Yes,
date.
sir.
Thank you,
We will
sir.
submit it, sir.
Now, may I direct my questions to the representatives of the Department of Finance? For the record, Mr. Chairman, Yusek Agabin is a high school classmate of mine and 1 year below me at the UP College of Law. But having made that declaration, may I ask Yusek Agabin, where is your secretary as requested by Senator Grace? Senator Grace, I recall, requested the presence of your secretary because the DOF representative who attended virtually could not answer some of our questions.
Yes, Chair. Good morning. My principal, Secretary Jokno, sends his apologies for not being able to attend today. He is attending the meetings at the World Bank in Washington, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. It's an annual meeting. It's been long scheduled.
Same rule, Yusek Agabin, with respect to the previous hearing. I don't care if Secretary Jokno attends as long as his representative can answer the questions that he is supposed to answer, which the Yusek who attended before could not. So I hope we'll be on a better footing.
Yes, Chair. And if you will be allowed by the Chair, we have a presentation in reply to the questions posed during the first hearing, Mr. Chair.
No need, Yusek Agabin, because I have here your letter
Yes.
signed by Secretary Jokno.
Yes, Chair.
It is, however, undated. My office got information about this submission only last night, and this letter is not dated.
I believe, Chair, at the signature portion, there's it's dated October 8th. There's beside the signature, Mr. Chair.
It was signed on October 8th.
Yes, Chair.
Ganun ba ang practice ng DOF? Hindi nilalagyan ng date yung sulat?
Yes, Chair, because sometimes when the draft gets to the Office of the Secretary, we have to adjust the date and sometimes he signs it differently. So the date that we follow, Chair, is the one beside the signature.
But the date that we follow is when we receive it. When did we receive it? May I ask the committee secretary? Yesterday.
Yes, Chair.
Proceeding to your comments,
Okay, we have-
the DOF.
We have 3 points to make, Chair. The first one, during the first hearing was this, the question from my classmate is the social cost of the POGOs. It is difficult to put a financial value on the life and dignity of the victims and family of the victims involved, who may have been kidnapped or who are victims of prostitution or drug trafficking, Mr. Chair. We cannot put a money value to that.
Sir, I agree with that. But you're the one who said that the social cost outweighs. So may I ask, is it based on data? You mentioned prostitution,
Yes, sir.
trafficking.
Yes, sir.
Those were the two things you mentioned, right?
Yes, sir.
In your paper. So how many cases of prostitution, I'm asking the Department of Finance, not the PNP, are there that's POGO related for 2019, 2020, 2021? Or is this based on, like what you said, sexually transmitted disease is popular in POGO, based on a newspaper article? So how many cases of prostitution does the DF know of that's POGO related for the past 3 years?
We do not have data on that, Chair, Senator Cheese.
But you claim there's prostitution in POGO.
Yes, Chair. What we have is based on news reports and anecdotal data, Chair.
Sir, I'm not good with math. I'm a lawyer. I can, cheese ang pangalan ko, pwede ako maging chismoso, pero DOF kayo. Hindi naman pwedeng base sa chismis yung sinasabi ninyo. So, my question is, so the question is, may data kayo o wala? Your answer is wala. You don't know how many cases of prostitution and trafficking are associated with POGO, both legal and illegal.
Okay. The trafficking share we have, and that is based on the PNP data, the same table that was flashed earlier.
Yes, it mentions trafficking for the period 2020-2021, 1. Based on the data of General Cruz, 5. And if I may remind you, sir, the total number of POGO-related crimes number less than 50 per year, covering access device violation, anti-trafficking in persons, homicide, illegal detention, KFR, kidnap for ransom, less serious physical injuries, serious physical injuries. It totals 22 from 2020 to 2021, and it totals 36 across all these crimes for the period 2021 to 2022. Do you know, Yusek Agabin, how many criminal incidents occur per year? Do you have an idea?
Unfortunately, no, Chair.
I will inform you for the record. In 2019, a total of 496,628 criminal incidents were recorded. In 2020, 394,468 criminal incidents were reported. In 2021, 375,731. To be fair to the PNP, it's been decreasing. Index crimes, ito yung mas malalang krimen. Kidnap for ransom, murder, rape, robbery. In 2020, it was 43,912. In 2021, it was 37,842. Juxtaposed against 22 and 36, aren't the figures a bit, aren't you laying the blame too much on one sector compared to the total number of crimes? Because you said in your position paper, crime rate deters foreign direct investment. So this is 50 at most, over 37,000 in 2021. You're good in numbers. How many, what percentage would that be? 0.00 what?
I admit, Chair, it will be quite low given the total numbers for the index crimes.
It is quite low. Second, again, at best, what you're saying is anecdotal and based on newspaper reports. Because based on PNP data, again, how many cases, sir, General Cruz, of trafficking against women related to POGO?
5, sir, for
Do you have the
this year.
total number of cases for trafficking against women in the Philippines?
Since when, sir?
For 1 year, for same year on year, sir. Let's say 2021 against 2021.
What I have here now, sir, is the period covered from January 1, 2017 up to October 6, 2022, wherein trafficking in persons related to POGO registered 12 incidents from January.
Total trafficking in persons unrelated to POGO.
I have not brought the data, sir.
Kindly submit to us the data, sir, because what I have here is data on kidnapping, which was also mentioned in the DOF report. 2016, casino-related, Pogo-related, 0. Traditional KFR, 44. 2017, KFR, Pogo-related, 0. Casino-related, 10. Traditional KFR, 42. For a total of 52 KFR cases. 2018, Pogo-related, 0. Casino-related, 12. Traditional KFR, 46. A total of 58. 2019, Pogo-related 9, casino-related 35, traditional KFR 38, total 82. 2020, casino-related 2, Pogo-related 17, traditional KFR 15, total of 34. Pogo-related 12, casino 0, traditional KFR 24, for a total of 36. I think you know the point I'm driving at, USEC. Index crime rates, because for me, kung gusto mo maghanap ng, hindi pala ikaw, kung gusto mo maghanap ng dahilan ng sekretary mo, makakahanap siya palagi ng dahilan. Pero kung gusto niya maghanap ng rason, makakahanap din siya palagi ng rason. Because he was part of the economic team when casinos were flourishing with kidnap for ransom cases, and he did not say anything about the social cost related to it. And as discussed in the previous hearings, sir, Filipinos are not allowed to gamble in any Pogo establishment or licensee. 70% of those who gamble in our casinos are Filipinos. That's why I asked for the social cost of casinos in the Philippines. And all that the secretary said was, casinos in general bring certain risks and costs. Local casinos completely return their contributions to the economy by way of local employment in sectors such as tourism. Pogos employ mostly foreign, which is not even accurate according to PAGCOR data. So I asked, sir, for your analysis of the social cost of casinos. May KFR din yung casinos noon. May KFR pa rin hanggang 2 years ago. I'm sure based on anecdotal data, there's prostitution and drugs too, and there's trafficking too. If anecdotal data, it will be our basis. So I asked in the previous hearing that the report be submitted on the comparison, because we're not looking only at Pogo as gambling. We're looking at casinos as gambling. Until Isabong was stopped, that should have been looked into also, because there's social costs attached to it too. That was the kind of data we were asking for in order, USEC Agabin, for nobody to be able to say that you're simply singling out and looking the other way with respect to other forms of gambling that also have social costs and might even be in fact worse. Next point, Mr. Chair, may you submit to us the OECD data found on page 3 of your letter? I do not have a copy of this, and I'm not familiar with this OECD panel data that says that the foreign direct investments losses due to Pogo is 200 billion. Kindly submit the OECD study if there is such a thing.
Yes, Chair, we have, we will submit to your office, Chair.
Kindly submit to us also the US government report on the economic effects of money laundering related to Pogo, when, as you've heard earlier, it's not an issue with the FATF because they've addressed that issue already. In fact, that's not in one of their complaints against being in the gray list as of now. So if it's about accountants now, right, sir? Accountants, real estate brokers, and lawyers. Well, you might want to reduce the number of lawyers too and have a gradual phase out of lawyers, accountants, and real estate brokers so that we won't be in the gray list anymore. I don't think that's a solution moving forward. Kindly submit to us that, sir. There is also this study of the AMLC that reported that Pogo service providers are highly vulnerable. That was what you mentioned earlier, Attorney
Attorney David,
David, sir?
Your Honor.
Yun din yung sinabi niyo, sir?
Yes, Your Honor, we mentioned that this is part of our study. We conducted examination and compliance checking as to 27 Pogos registered with AMLC, And some of our findings, as you mentioned a while ago, they are number one. Some
Highly
of them are,
vulnerable, as you said. Is the same true with casinos? Is it highly vulnerable as well?
this is our study only covers POGOs, part of casino also, but only POGOs, Your Honor.
No study in relation to casinos, sir?
No study yet.
But the Bangladesh heist went through a casino,
Yes, Your Honor.
not through Pogo?
Not through POGO. Because if you will remember, Your Honor, during that time, casinos are not yet covered persons. But because of the amendment in the Anti-Money Laundering Act in 2017, casinos, including internet-based casinos, are already covered persons.
I authored that law, sir. Yes,
Yes,
that is
yes.
correct. Next, Yusek Agabin, you only counted PAGCOR and BIR revenue. What about the points raised by Mr. Lee Chu? VAT, corporate income tax on gains with respect to income from the lease of properties. You only included BIR collections from Pogo and PAGCOR revenue. Why is that, sir? When
Yes,
in
Chair.
fact, that is part of the total government take from this industry.
Okay. Yes, Chair. We counted only the direct revenues. We recognize that there are indirect revenues as well, as my colleague Yusek Rose Edilion discussed earlier.
Ulitin ko, Yusek, pag gusto, may paraan, pag ayaw, may dahilan. Sang libro nakalagay na direct lang yung ibibigay nyo sa amin at hindi lahat-lahat at yung kabuuan para naman kompleto yung litratong makukuha namin? Where is that written? That you get to choose only direct revenue and not indirect revenue, when in fact, indirect revenue in this case is most likely higher than the direct revenue you will get. Who made that decision to include the bigger indirect revenue? I don't get that. Would that be an accurate statement, Mr. Lichu? At 3.9 billion direct revenues from PAGCOR and from BIR, from Pogo businesses, do you have a ballpark figure of the indirect revenues that government would be losing?
Well, the total pie from what we see between the direct and indirect, including the private sector, is about 170 to 200 billion pesos a year. If VAT is a big component of that, maybe it's 12% of that number. And other taxes, if you roll that into the whole pie, then it could probably be 15%, 16, 18% of that number.
Can you give an estimated figure in real terms, sir?
Uh,
I will not fault you for it, neither will the DOF, because you're doing your computation mentally without the benefit of a calculator. So,
possibly 22, 25 billion a year.
as opposed to the 3.9 written here by the DOF on direct. Yusek Agabin, kindly relate your principle. Please include both direct and indirect taxes that will be collected or have been collected by the DOF insofar as this particular industry is concerned, so that we can be more adequately informed. Does that include income tax from those working?
No, it doesn't. Well, for some, the foreign workers, but not for the ones who are employed in the informal sector, and we haven't accounted for the direct employees
Asan yung listahan of employees?
that are local.
Why? What would be the difference? Minimum wage ba sila na hindi nagbabayad ng tax?
No, Your Honor. So there's the informal sector, which like the taho vendor and the farmers, the fruit vendors, the flower vendors. But the other sectors, the employees, we just weren't able to factor that in that equation. We focused more on the corporations. And then my understanding is that the foreign employees are in lieu of income taxes are paid have to pay an arrival tax or employment tax, and then which again was amended because of Bayanihan law in 2020.
We imposed income tax on foreign workers, right? Mr. Chairman? Yeah, withholding. Is that included in your computation?
We have,
So with roughly
yes,
40,000.
yes, we have, sir.
So with roughly 40,000 POGO employees, legal, not illegal. You have withholding income tax to contend with.
That's correct, Your Honor.
So Yusek Agabin, kindly submit to us and kindly inform your principals. And insofar as the percentage of Filipinos and foreign nationals working in this industry, there are some BPOs that foreigners outnumber Filipinos, like what was cited earlier, where there were only 4 Filipinos against 72 foreigners for Brick Hearts Technology Incorporated. But for others, it would vary. For one, there were 12 Filipinos, 83 foreigners. In one, there were 139 Filipinos, 2 foreigners. In one, there were 289 Filipinos, 3 foreigners. In one, there were 44 Filipinos, 0 foreigners. In one, there are 90 Filipinos, 98 foreigners. 145 Filipinos, 19 foreigners. 215 Filipinos, 97 foreigners. Naghahanap ako ng mas maraming foreigner eh. Para fair. 413 foreigners, 401 Filipinos, 200 foreigners, 17 Filipinos, 640 foreigners, 1,034 Filipinos, which PAGCOR submitted, which will conform to the rough computation of roughly what? 48 point something to 51 point something?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, I don't believe I have anything else except for the submissions that I asked for from the Department of Finance, and I'd like to thank my good classmate, who is older than me, the son of my former dean at the UP College of Law, Dean Pacifico Agabin. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Your Honors. Thank you, Yusek Agabin. Thank you to our distinguished guests here.
Thank you, Senator Escudero, for those. And may I remind the DOF to take note of the various requests of Senator Escudero. Those requests are definitely very important for the macro analysis of this industry. So please submit it to the committee.
We shall be glad to submit, Chair.
All right. Any comments, Yusek, regarding the comments of Senator Escudero? Any from the DOF?
Chair, our position is already in the paper signed by my principal, Secretary Jokno.
Yeah, if we have time, we'll let you present. I know that you sent us a presentation. So
Yes, sir.
yeah, you can sayang naman yung presentation. So, Senator Padilla, any questions?
Magandang tanghali po, mahal na tagapangulo, Senator Win Gatchalian. Ganon din po sa aking mga kasama, Senador, Senator Chis Escudero, Senator JV Ejercito. Magandang tanghali po at sa lahat po ng ating mga bisita. Ako po ay nakikinig at marami po akong gustong itanong pa, pero naitanong na rin po nila. Yun na lang pong isa, yung patungkol po dun sa, ang sabi kanina, walang pulis na nagsisecurity. Kasi meron na po akong mga experiencer na nakakasabay talaga sila. Meron talagang kasamang pulis eh. Kung hindi man po pulis, ano po kaya yun? Moonlighting po ba yun?
Actually, sir, sa PSPG po, sir, required namin, sir, mag-type C uniform. Sir, yung uniform ng PNP, sir.
Yes, sir. Nasabi niyo na po kanina po yan,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Paano po kaya yung mag-moonlighting? Ano po ang gagawin natin doon?
In fact, sir, may directive sa amin yung Chief PNP dyan, sir. We have a close coordination with our intelligence community, sir, that we will file appropriate charges if in case we find out that there is PNP personnel who engage moonlighting activity, sir. In fact, sir, lahat na mga intelligence community, sir, may directives na po, sir, na ipamonitor kasi para ma-file ng appropriate charges, sir.
Kasi sir, minsan pumunta ako sa isang Japanese restaurant hanggang sa labas. Hanggang sa labas, may naka-kordon. Ako kasi wala akong security eh. Yung asawa ko lang, yun ang security ko. Oo. Medyo sabi ko, nailang din ako. Yun lang po. Tapos yung iba naman, ayaw naman ho natin mawalan ng trabaho. Yung iba naman private security, di ba meron ho kayong mga tinrain na dumaan po sa inyo at naging security na lang. Mga civilian po ito, di ba? Authorized sila.
Yes, sir. Actually, we call them, sir, as a protective agent, sir.
Marami po ba ito? Marami po silang na-employ. Ayaw ko pong mawalan ng trabaho yan. Ha? Nagtatanong lang po ako.
Yes, sir. We have here, sir, Director of Social, sir. Who are in
Ayun,
charge
pwede
of
po
that.
malaman kung ilan po itong protective agents natin na ini-employ po ng mga POGO.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Mabuhay po, sir.
Brigadier General Abogan, the Chief of SOSIA. Sir, for your information, sir, as of today, there are 2,812 licensed protection agents. But the license does not give them the authority to render protective security services. So they have to still satisfy other requirements, Your Honor. So before they can render protective security services, they have to be employed by a private detective agency with authority to deploy, approved by the GPNP.
Pero meron po kayong records nun kung ilan na yung nasa mga POGO.
As we have no, based on record, there are no PA
Wala po kayong data.
deployed at Pogo operations.
So, ang sinasabi niyo po, sir, walang nakadeploy sa POGO.
Wala po, sir. As of today, there are only 31 PA legally deployed but not Pogo operations.
Sa tao?
Sa tao po, sir, 31.
31 po.
Yes, sir.
31
but
lang
not
po?
connected with Pogo operations.
Ganun?
Yes, sir.
Ano,
So-
sino po kaya yung mga armado dyan na kasama lagi? Minsan may backup pa po yan, ha? Minsan meron pang hagad. May nakasalubong din ako, nagulat ako. Sabi ko, sino ba yung bawal na ngayon ng may hagad? Pero yun, may hagad pa. Tinanong ko doon sa traffic enforcer. Nakangiti pa yung traffic enforcer. Pogo po yan, sir. Ganun.
They may be bodyguards, Your Honor,
Pero
but not authorized.
nakahagad, boss. Wala naman nakalagay na CHPG. Pero nakahagad siya, boss. Naka-motorsiklo, at may backup pa. Alam na, sabi nga ano ba yung sasakyan na yun? Alphard. Basta, sir, naka-Alphard. Sabi niya, Pogo yan. Wala akong hindi ako nagpunta dito para against sa Pogo. Nagtatanong lang po ako, ang concern ko, yung mawawalan ng trabaho. Yun po, ayoko parang ma-misinterpret nyo ako na against ako sa Pogo. Well, I'm a Muslim. Buong buhay ko, hindi ako nagsugal. Wala akong only my love life. Pero, sugal, wala akong alam dyan, kahit anong sugal. Tinatanong ko lang po dahil gusto ko lang po malaman kung ilan ang mawawalan ng trabaho kapag umalis ang Pogo. Sa inyo po. Sa inyo po, sa protective, wala po. So sinasabi nyo, wala talagang nagtatrabaho sa Pogo.
Wala po as far as protection agents are concerned.
Ganun? So puro illegal pala yung nakikita ko, mahal na tagapangulo. Lahat pala nung nakikita ko na puro pala yun. Illegal. So sino pang sasabihan namin dyan kapag may nakita? Sino pong pwedeng tawagan? Dito pare, meron dito mga armado. Sino po ba yun? Tatawagan dyan.
Sir, unang-una po ay talagang yung pagdala-dala ng baril, kung nakikita po natin na merong mga personalities na meron security or VIP security at nakita natin may baril, ito po'y pwedeng sitahin ng pinakamalapit na police station kung saan po nakita sila na may mga dalang baril. Yan naman pong mga numbers natin ay nakalagay po sa mga website, even po do sa ating mga signages sa labas para matawagan po ang kapulisan.
Okay po. Medyo ano lang ako eh. Laganap po sila, sir. Oo, minsan. Plain view. Kita mo. Laganap sila, sir. Hindi rin sila talaga, ano. Yun lang ho. Meron pa akong isang tatanong. Kung ilan po ba talaga ang mawawalan ng trabaho sa Pogo? Ilan po ba? Meron po ba kayong Boss Pagcor?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Opo.
So for our data, Your Honor, sa manpower count po natin, ang Filipinos po ay 19,726. Yung foreign nationals naman po ay 21,918.
Yun lang pong Pilipino, ilan po?
19,726.
Ano po ang sweldo niyan? Minimum o mataas o ano?
Magkakaiba po depende sa position. Pero based on our interviews, Your Honor, with our licensees, nag-average po ang...
Regular po yan? O...
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Maganda, regular. May mga benepisyo po silang nakukuha.
I believe meron po, Your Honor.
Okay, so 19,000 sa mga trabahador, doon sa real estate, magkano po yung kanina? 25 billion?
Yung estimates po ng taxes, Your Honor, is about 25 billion, possibly more.
Opo, kapag ka umalis po, magkano yung magiging lugi sa real estate?
Well, sa lahat-lahat po siguro ho, mga close to 200 billion.
Ayun, 200 billion, 19,000 na mawawala ng trabaho, 3 billion po yung tax, ano? Sabi niyo po? Opo, yung tapos doon. Bahala na tayong hanapin kung nasaan yung... Okay po, maraming salamat po, mahal na tagapangulo.
Thank you, Senator Padilla. Pero sundan ko lang po yung sa mga PNP. Talaga aminin na natin, may mga nagmo-moonlighting. I think that's an open secret. Alam po talaga may mga ganyan. Even in your records, wala. But let's do a crackdown on our own. No? Alam ko ho, sir, may ganyan ho talaga nangyari. Kasi may mga nakikita ni Senator Padilla, ako may nagsasabi rin ho sa akin. No? And that's an open secret. Alam naman natin yan. No? So we just have to, alam ko mayroon kayong directive na wala na hong ganyan. Pero let's do a sweep so that it will not happen. No?
Yes, sir. That is the directive of our Chief PNP to the on our counterintelligence divisions na palakasin po yung ating mga pagkalap ng impormasyon and to take appropriate action and file appropriate charges dun po sa mga mapapatunayan na nagmo-moonlighting, sir.
Thank you. Senator,
Yes, I'd like to go back to PAGCOR. Yung mga special class BPOs ninyo, there's a requirement, di ba, that they should be majority Filipino?
Your Honor, the requirement is that 90% of their manpower should be Filipinos, Your Honor.
How about for your service providers? What requirement do you have?
Under our regulation, Your Honor, wala pong ganong requirement. Specific na percentage, Your Honor.
Kaya dun sa mga service providers na yon, pwedeng majority foreign national, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Pero dun sa data na sinasabi ninyo about POGOs, what ratio were you saying? POGOs in general? What is the ratio of foreign nationals and Filipino employees?
Your Honor, for Filipinos, that's 47%, 47.37%. For foreign nationals, it's 52.63%.
So pinagsama nyo ba ang data ng, syempre kasama na lahat, di ba? Yung yung accredited service providers at saka yung special BPO.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kaya kayo naging ganon ratio na halos malapit. Kasi kung 90% kailangan o kung ilan man dito sa special BPOs, Filipino, may aangat talaga yung ratio.
Your Honor, may I make a clarification? Your
Okay.
Honor? So if we compute, Your Honor, the number of Filipinos employed under SCBPOs, that would be 2,218 out of the 19,726 Filipinos employed. And that would account to 11%, Your Honor, of the Filipinos employed. Only 11%, Your Honor, are employed by SCBPOs.
By service provider BPOs. Ano,
Yung SCBPOs po, 11% lang po yung special class BPOs.
11% lang Filipino?
Sa total number po ng Filipinos employed by all service providers.
So 11%. Teka muna, okay. So all service providers, 11% lang.
Yung i-account po na hinire ng mga SCBPOs. So ma'am, yung
Teka, nalito na ako sa data.
sorry, Your Honor. Your Honor,
Ulit.
yung total number of Filipinos employed po under lahat ng service providers natin ay 19,726. So
Okay.
if we take into account po, Your Honor, yung Filipinos employed by special class PPOs, that would only be around 2,218. And
Okay.
that would only account for 11% nung dun po sa total na 19,726.
Okay, but how many POGO workers do you actually have?
It's 41,644, Your Honor.
41,000. Okay. But see, what's happening is that even the illegal POGOs are being employees are still retained. So this is actually not the actual number kasi kung meron nga 40,000 na i-deport diba? So it's actually ballooned to more than 80,000 na. Kasi we're including here even the illegal workers. My question to PAGCOR is, if you are a legal POGO operator, are you required to ask for a valid visa from an applicant or an employee that will work as an employee of the POGO?
Yes, Your Honor. We require them to submit their valid working visa and also the alien employment permit issued by the DOLE, Your Honor.
Yeah, but see, Lucky 99 South is a legitimate POGO operator with a license from you, and yet they have illegal workers employed.
Your Honor, may I make a clarification regarding the case of Lucky South 99? So, Your Honor, during that time na nag-conduct po ng operations yung PNP AKG, that particular site kung saan nangyari yung police operations, yung Lucky South 99 accreditation as service provider has already been long canceled. So since 2021, Your Honor, canceled na po yun. So nung nag-operate po sila ngayon, nagkaroon ng police operations ngayon 2022, that was already an illegal operation, Your Honor.
Okay, in that case, why weren't they shut down earlier? Why were they still continuing to operate?
Your Honor, yung Lucky South po, wala na po siya doon. We don't also understand kung bakit natag, or I think natag lang yung lugar as Lucky South building dun sa mga news reports. But the actual name of the building is Jung-Hyun Building. So they no longer operate that place, Your Honor. We can only speculate, Your Honor, na when they left the premises, somebody else took over and masqueraded as POGO operations under the license or the accreditation of Lucky South, Your Honor.
Where are those individuals now? With the DOJ, no? Or immigration? Nasaan na yung mga nandun na na-rescue?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and honorable senators present in this committee. Mr. Chairman, yung mga na-arrest po sa Angeles are still with the PNP custody. The physical custody is under their agency, while the legal custody is here in the Bureau of Immigration. Deportation proceedings are being processed at the football.
Okay, so those are individuals are under your custody, and are we expecting them to be deported?
Yes, Honorable Chair. We're targeting and we're prioritizing the 372 Chinese nationals to be deported soon. It's a work in progress, Your Honor.
A work in progress. Please keep us updated with your progress or the non-progress thereof. I have another question here, and this is we have a limit of offshore gaming licenses, correct? Do we have a limit of how many we can give?
Your Honor, I believe before the last or during 2019, yung pinakamarami po yung licensees, PAGCOR limited it to 60, Your Honor.
60.
Yes, Your Honor.
But there's no limit for them to get as many service providers that will work for them.
They are limited to 10 service providers each, Your Honor.
10 service providers, and how many employees in each? No limit.
Wala pong limit sa employees.
Okay, because ito yung mga service providers, basically, ang trabaho nila marketing. Okay? Parang marketing. As Senator Cheese mentioned, there's no crime committed because there's no betting here in the Philippines. Meron siyang tatlong condition which apparently, since they're just service providers and the gaming happens abroad, technically dito, wala namang gambling. So it shouldn't be under that. But here's the thing. These individuals are marketing something that's illegal in that country. For example, bawal ang gaming doon. So yung mga service provider, ang trabaho nila is to go into the web, different chat communities to promote online gambling, which is illegal in China. And that's their job, is to promote something illegal in a country, is to promote gambling in a country where online gambling is illegal. So basically, we are condoning them to violate their own laws in the country as citizens of that country. Am I correct? Parang ganon, di ba? Sino bang pwedeng sumagot dyan? DOJ or... So parang sinasabi natin, okay, wala naman gambling dito, pero dito nagmamarket kayo ng isang bagay na illegal sa inyong bansa. Di ba ganun yun? PAGCOR?
Your Honor, pagdating po dun sa pagmamarket, part of our regulations is that they cannot market in jurisdictions where gambling is prohibited, Your Honor.
Oh, really? Okay, but then we know already for a fact that that it's happening from China, di ba?
Your Honor, may I ask for a clarification because the data or the information that we may have
So,
relayed.
ganito na lang. So, yung mga binigyan ninyo ng legal na lisensya na mga operators dito, ang sinasabi ninyo, Chinese naman yung kanilang mga, mga customers, di ba, na galing sa China. Sinasabi mo, we're not allowing those to operate in jurisdictions that find it illegal for them to operate. But you're allowing these POGOs to operate here knowing full well that their clients or their customers are from a country where online gaming is illegal.
Your Honor, the players do not necessarily come from China or are not necessarily in China while playing, Your Honor.
Okay, they're not necessarily in China. Pero nung tinatanong nga ni Senator Win kanina, so anong bayad sa inyo? Pinakamalaking, puro yuan, puro China. So sabihin mo mga Chinese sa Amerika or Chinese sa Europe ang naglalaro. You're sure about that? Or are you just turning a blind eye? Because if you can tell us categorically, hindi talagang yung sa China wala kasi bawal yan. Eh malaking kasinungalingan yan. So ngayon, nahuli na kayo. Sinasabi ninyo, hindi namin papayagan yung mga na lisensyado na yan kung sila ay nag-ooperate sa mga bansang bawal yan. Eh alam naman natin ang pinakamalaking market nila China eh. So bawiin yung lisensya nila, ganun ba yon? At saka yung sinasabi na malaking unemployment mawawala. Meron pa nga lumabas sa dyaryo para mga 21,000 employees. Hindi natin yan minamaliit. Lahat ng trabaho importante para sa ating mga kababayan. Pero meron mga ibang industriya na pwede namang suportahan ng ating gobyerno para matumbasan kung hindi man mahigitan pa ang mawawala dahil dito sa mga ganitong uri ng negosyo. Yung sinasabi na nga kahit sa turismo, sinabi na nga kahit na hindi mismo ang FATF ang nagsabi dahil sa gray listing ng bansa, tayo na mismo ang nagsabi ang hindi natin makontrol yung flow ng pera dito sa mga ganito. Pag sinabing social costs, I think more than anything, we can quantify it with all of these examples that were given. There's no price to dignity, okay, but then every now and then we do things that are probably compromising our own principles. But in this case, it's overwhelming that the benefits are outweighed by the negative consequences. So, Mr. Chair, I think there's really no point discussing this further, at least on my part. I think that the government should. I know that there's always a transition period that we can't do this, but Mr. Lichu, I thank you for your presence here today. I know that you represent a very important sector of our economy, but I'm also very optimistic when it comes to you. You're a good salesman. You can always fill that up with other businesses that will probably be more conducive to advancing our social goals for a better society in the country. But of course, I know you have shareholders or investors that don't want this unnecessary inconvenience. But then I think that knowing you, you'll be able to weather this. So that's it, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for allowing us this time.
Thank you,
And to
Senator.
all our guests, thank you for your presence. I'm sorry, Mr. Tan, this is nothing personal to you. You're just trying to defend your agency.
Thank you, Your Honor.
But clearly, one last question. How much is your income, your total PAGCOR income in 2019?
Your Honor, total PAGCOR income for 2019 was 81.9 billion, Your Honor.
Magkano yung bigay ng Pogo?
It's 5.7 billion, Your Honor.
So, kayang-kaya nyo yan hanapin. Yun lang po. Hindi din. Huwag na kasi dadaan na naman sa committee ko yan. Masakit ng ulo yan. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, in line with yung query ni Senator Grace, doon sa income ng PAGCOR, that's derived from offshore gaming because RA 11590 provides that disposition of revenues from gaming tax on offshore gaming licenses supposedly will go 60% for universal healthcare, 20% for health facilities enhancement program, also of DOH, and 20% for SDGs. Concerned po ako, of course, Mr. Chair, because I'm also the author of the Universal Healthcare Law, I would like to ask if indeed the income, projected income, supposedly from offshore gaming, kasama na po yung Pogo, talaga bang nakukuha natin? Because dapat napupunta ito sa UHC, sa Universal Healthcare. Can you, Attorney Tan, please, tell us kung magkano talaga yung nakukuha from offshore gaming?
Your Honor, yung nakukuha pong income from offshore gaming, meron pong allocation doon. Lahat po ng government mandated allocations, napupunta po yun doon. Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
May we know that, do you have any data? As the author of the Universal Healthcare Law, of course, I'm really, I'm concerned. Siyempre, gusto rin na malaman natin. We're weighing the options here. Economic costs or social cost, no? Kung talagang malaki na itutulong yan, especially for our healthcare system, it's, the Universal Healthcare Law is an ambitious measure. It's a landmark law, and one of the expected revenues that we would get is also PAGCOR and PCSO. So doon sa offshore side, ilan po talaga yung data? Kung wala kayo yun, you can please submit.
Your Honor, we do not have the exact figures right now, and may we respectfully request to submit it later.
Yes, yung exact details po, Attorney Tan, no?
Yes, sir.
For Universal Healthcare Law, Health Facilities Enhancement Program, because this concerns, Mr. Chairman, the improvement of all the public hospitals, no? Equipment, infrastructure, and everything. Especially now that most of the senators filed a bill on establishing specialty hospitals in strategic areas in the country. Actually, iba region pa pero siguro in strategic areas, and that it'd be very essential, no? Yung pong makukuha natin, because that's for HFEP. So we want the exact data that is really being given to Universal Healthcare Law and the Health Facilities Enhancement Program.
We will submit, Your Honor.
Likewise, one more point, may napansin lang ako doon sa DOLE, kasi meron ang AEPs issued, or alien employment issued to foreign nationals, ang sabi 23,000. But for PAGCOR data, 17,000 lang, so may discrepancy na 6,000. So does it mean na ito lang yung nagbabayad sa PAGCOR, or that registered with PAGCOR na legal? But lang, may discrepancy lang, Mr. Chair. 23,000 yung AEPs, pero ang PAGCOR data for 2022 is only 17,509.
We will coordinate with DOLE, Your Honor, with their figures, Your Honor. But for our manpower count, Your Honor, lahat po yan yung na-issue na ng AEP. So we can only speculate, Your Honor, that probably nakuha na nila ng AEP pero hindi pa nila dinedeploy sa kanilang sites, Your Honor.
Please, again,
Yes,
we would be, I'll be waiting for the information that I requested in documents, Mr. Chair. That's all. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
We call on the minority leader, Senator Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kumusta pong signal ko? Okay naman.
Clear, very clear.
Sige po, opo. Attorney Tan is representing PAGCOR. Buo na ba ang PAGCOR board natin, sir? Ang leadership ng PAGCOR, buo na?
Yes, Your Honor, meron na pong complete na board of directors, and yun po.
Can we have their names?
Sir, for the PAGCOR chairman, it's Chair Alfredo Tenco. Alejandro Tenco, sorry. And then for the president, COO, it's Attorney Juanito Sanyosa. So for the directors, Mr. Director Gilbert Remulla, Director Francis Concordia, and then Director Ortega. Director Pepe Ortega, Your Honor.
Okay, so 5. There are 5 people composing the PAGCOR leadership. They are aware of the Pogo issue, all of them.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sige. Nagtataka lang ako because ni isa sa kanila hindi yata nag-attend sa hearings namin eh.
Your Honor, may we manifest that for today's meeting, Your Honor, yung PAGCOR board po is currently in the US for they have a scheduled gaming conference, Your Honor. They're on official business in the US, Your Honor.
Sige, okay. And all of them must be there. Okay, sige. Okay na po 'yon. Can you give us the current you mentioned that PAGCOR, ano ba tong sabi mo, you limited the offshore gaming licenses to 60. So statement of fact 'yon, but right now as we speak, ilan po ang outstanding offshore gaming licenses?
Your Honor, for Pogo licensees, Your Honor, we have 34.
So
For-
34 are
yes.
out there, 34. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Pogo. Okay. Okay. Why is, if gambling is not held in the Philippines, why is the Pogo license needed?
Your Honor, before, Your Honor, the jurisdiction for offshore gaming were lodged with the Freeport zones, and then by virtue of the executive order of President Duterte, nalipat po sa jurisdiction ni PAGCOR yung pag-regulate ng offshore gaming operations. So in performing its mandate to regulate offshore gaming, nag-i-issue po si PAGCOR ng offshore gaming license to distinguish legal operations from illegal offshore gaming operations, Your Honor.
So, what activities? Well, once an entity is given an offshore gaming license, what activities can that entity legally do in the Philippines?
Per our regulatory manual, Your Honor, yung activities nila are indicated po dun sa aming regulatory manual, and they can perform that through availing the services of service providers, Your Honor.
Oh, and then you say that service providers are just merely marketing people. So marketing what? The placing of bets on online gambling games. Oh. But where is the software? Where are the hardware located containing all of the database involved in all of these online gaming betting activities? Nasaan po location nito?
Your Honor, may I make a clarification? Hindi naman po siya purely marketing yung lahat. So we have different kinds of service providers, Your Honor. We have customer relation service provider. Ito po yung part ng customer service nila. We also have strategic support provider. Ito naman po ay tungkol sa back office po nila, statistical analysis, financial analysis, and then we also have the IT support provider. Yun naman po yung pagdating sa IT infrastructure nila.
Okay na yan, but they are all there to support the online gaming business, tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, itong service providers, what does PAGCOR give them? Also a license?
We issue accreditation to the service providers, Your Honor.
Accreditation ang tawag niya, but basically it's also just an authority to operate as a service provider, tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, balik tayo kay offshore gaming licensee. Anong benefit niya? What can it do now in the Philippines aside from hiring these people to support its online gaming business? So, saan ang servers niya? Do they locate their servers here in the Philippines?
Kapag, Your Honor, kapag foreign-based po, yung servers niya po is not located here. Nasa, kung saan po siya naka-base. Kapag locally based naman po is dito po siya naka-locate.
Okay, sa 34 mo, ilan ang may servers dito sa Pilipinas?
Ilan?
Philippine-based. Ilan yung Philippine-based?
Local based. Ilan?
Ilan yung Philippine-based yun? Ilan na yun? Ilan yung Philippine-based na ito? Yung Philippine-based.
Your Honor, we would have to double-check that figure, Your Honor.
Okay. Let us assume it is X. Let's assume na natin X siya. It's not all 34. Yung 34 minus X na hindi Philippine-based, ang laro niya, ang bettors niya, outsider ng Pilipinas, foreigners. Kung ang service providers niya ng mga taga-market niya, magkukontak ng bettors, taga-labas din ng Pilipinas. Ang servers niya nasa labas ng Pilipinas. Yung mga service providers niya connected with this business nandito sa Pilipinas, but they can do it remotely din nando. So what is the value of that Philippine gaming license to this entity? Can you explain it to me? Bakit sa Pilipinas siya kumuha ng license online gaming for Chinese for servers with software outside of the Philippines? What's the point?
Your Honor, once that they have the offshore gaming license, so kapag nagbigyan na po sila ng license, makakapag-operate na po sila through the use of service providers. Now they can already put yung gaming website nila or yung games nila online. They can now use yung license number nila with PAGCOR to show that they are legitimately operating or nagdadagdag po yun sa credibility nila as a gaming provider to their respective clients, Your Honor.
Precisely. Buti pa kayo, naintindihan ninyo. Masyado natin kino-complicate itong buhay natin, Mr. Chairman, dito sa Pilipinas. We all know that the gambling activity, sabi, there is a claim that no gambling happens in the Philippines daw, sabi. So let's assume na totoo yun, but they still needed a Philippine license so that they can now market to bettors outside of the Philippines for online games which are not hosted in the Philippines. The servers are outside the Philippines. So can PAGCOR explain to me, anong role natin doon sa ganong klaseng situation na yon? Bakit tayo nakialam pa sa ganong negosyo na walang ka-relevance ang Pilipinas?
Your Honor, yun nga po, kapag nakapag-operate na po sila through the service providers, the certification or the license from PAGCOR, Your Honor, adds credibility to their gaming platform, to their gaming website, and more the clients or their players are more likely to bet or more likely to play kapag nakita po nila na this is licensed by PAGCOR, Your Honor.
Well, anyway, yung mga licenses ninyo which need the Republic of the Philippines land, real property, dahil anditong servers nila, okay yun, I will understand that they need to get a license from the government of the Philippines through PAGCOR. Pero yung sa sinasabi mong not all 34 POGO licenses which are existing are all located in the Philippines. Therefore, merong some of them are located outside of the Philippines. Hindi ko na nakikita ang katuturan bakit na-involve pa ang Republika ng Pilipinas sa isang activity na hindi magandang reputasyon, sugal. Ang target niya, mga players pa sa bansang bawal ang sugal. Tapos wala siyang linocate na kahit ano sa Pilipinas, kahit servers niya wala sa Pilipinas. Ang kailangan lang niya, lisensya sa ng Republika ng Pilipinas. Tapos pumapayag tayo na gamitin lang yung ating reputasyon dahil binigay natin ng so legal na siya, lisensyado siya. I hope naintindihan ng PAGCOR yung point ko, kaya ko rin naintindihan yung one of the objections ni DOF Secretary Jokno of reputational risk. Kasi wala na tayong ano dyan eh. We have no business in the language of poker. Sugal, ang gamitin natin language sugal. No business ka na sa deal na yan eh. Out ka na dapat eh. Bakit papasok-pasok pa tayo dyan? So, I hope, Mr. Chairman, sana yung mga PAGCOR leadership makausap din natin kung talaga bang ano bang way of thinking nila o naintindihan ba nila itong issue na ito. Well, anyway, Attorney Tan, siguro yung facts and figures na lang, bigyan nyo na lang po sa amin. No? So we have 34 POGO licenses existing. How many are with servers physically based in the Philippines? Importante po sa akin yun kasi yung those with no need of the Philippines, ginagamit lang po tayo dyan at nagpagamit naman tayo. And then how many are the service providers, sir, topped by the 34 POGO licenses? In short, how many accredited service providers do we have servicing the 34 licenses?
Your Honor, we have 122 service providers, Your Honor.
Okay, so bigyan na lang kami sir ng bigyan na lang kami sir ng mga pangalan nito at address. Pangalan at saka address. Pati yung si licenses ninyo, pati address. Kasi nalungkot ako nung narinig ko yung Lucky something sa Angeles City na ang nangyayari, yung place of operation ng former licensed Pogo operator ay tinake over. Yan ang explanation mo, Attorney Tan, tinake over ng isang entity na wala ng lisensya. So ganun katalino itong mga bisita natin dito na foreigner, ganun sila ka walang respeto sa batas, ganun sila ka hindi takot sa batas ng Pilipinas. So parang naglalaro lang sila rito, pinaglalaroan nila tayo, and they're trusting that our law enforcers will not be able to discover them and enforce the law. I think aksidente lang yata Mr. Tan yung sa Lucky, ano ba yung pangalan ng former license Lucky
Lucky South, Your Honor.
Lucky South, Lucky South, okay.
Your Honor, if I may clarify, Your Honor, yung sinabi ko pong probably tinake over or nagkaroon ng another entity na which illegally operated that place, Your Honor, is mere speculation, Your Honor. It's not yet a proven fact, Your Honor.
Yeah, because you're trying to save Lucky South. Para sinasabi mo na kasi ang aming impression is legal Pogo yung na-raid at merong mga trafficked or persons held against their will doon. And then you're trying to explain na hindi, sa galing ng PAGCOR system, hindi yan legal Pogo. It used to be the place of operation of a legal Pogo. But most likely nung renade na illegal na yon, Pogo pa rin ang ginagawa, Pogo activities pero illegal na yon. That was what you were trying to explain to us. So because sa tingin ko you're trying to protect your system as if foolproof yung sistema ninyo. What really happened here? Attorney Tan, alam mo naman yung date ng raid. Ako hindi ko alam. Alam mo yung place na address ng raid. Alam mo yung na-report, alam mo kung sino yung dati siguro Pogo license operator na naka-station doon. So, can you tell us what is now the conclusion? What is your conclusion?
Your Honor, yung sa Lucky South po kasi na accreditation doon, canceled na siya effectively pa nung July 15, 2021. And then yung operations po, yung police operations, I'm not sure with the exact date, pero this year po yun, 2022. So yung sila sabi lang po namin is, at the time that the police conducted their operations, canceled na po yung license nung Lucky South doon sa site na yun.
Okay, Lucky South's license was canceled because of what?
It converted its accreditation to an offshore gaming license, Your Honor. And then it changed its operating site, Your Honor. Umalis na sila doon sa site na yun kung saan nagkaroon ng police operations noong 2021, Your Honor.
Yes, 2021. So it was the accreditation of Lucky South as a service provider which was canceled because naging licensee na siya. Ganun ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and then alam niyo na umalis siya doon. And yet, Pogo activities or Pogo-related activities or activities which look like Pogo operations were conducted in the same place where Lucky South used to operate. Tama?
It would appear that is the case, Your Honor.
Correct. Ibig sabihin nun, there is an attempt to show that this is a continuation of the activities of a licensed or an accredited service provider called Lucky South. Ganon ang operasyon ng utak ng sindikatong nagpatuloy ng activity na yon. At siyempre, pinagtatawanan nila ang PAGCOR, pinagtatawanan nila ang ating law enforcers na hindi sila madidiskubre. Tama ba yun, Atty. Tan?
From what I know, Your Honor, kapag may nakakancel po na site, nagkakaroon po ng inspection si PAGCOR. So yun po yung ginagawa ni PAGCOR to ensure na nag-stop na po yung operations doon sa site na yun.
Oo nga, if you did this in July 2021, kasi nga umalis na si Lucky South, do your records show that you did it? And then sabi ninyo, cease operations na, the place is vacant. Sinabi ba sa records niyo? Can you produce that logbook or entry in your records?
We will submit, Your Honor, yung inspection report from the PAGCOR, Your Honor, of that canceled site, Your Honor.
Okay, so ang nangyari, since totoo naman yung raid, nangyari din yung raid. And then, Pogo-like activities ang nangyayari doon. Magaling din itong mga sindikatong ito. They are also looking at your records or they have access to your records or someone in the PAGCOR is providing them with records ng mga former sites. Kasi kung bumalik kasi ang Pogo, kung nasanayan na ng tao na may Pogo activities doon, tapos di naman nila alam yung nitty-gritty niyan, yung mga license na nag-upgrade pala ng license, lumipat na, tapos mayroong continuation of Pogo-like activities doon, although illegal na, siyempre hindi pagdududahan yun because there used to be a legal Pogo activities doon sa lugar na yon. So, ganito po ang utak din ng ating mga kalaban dito. And because, as I've stated before, they are really using the possibility that there are legal Pogos. Doon nakatago yung mga illegal Pogos eh. When we have attracted the syndicates to come here under cover of legal Pogos. Because who are legal and who are not are information or data which are not shared with the public, which are not even shared with the law enforcers. Yan po reklamo na tanggap namin dun sa aming executive session with our law enforcers. So Attorney Tan, yung data ba na who are the 34 legal Pogos and their addresses, the addresses where they can legally operate, the 122 service providers and the addresses where they can legally operate, hawak ng PAGCOR yan. But do you share this with our law enforcers and even the immigration?
Your Honor, yes, Your Honor. PAGCOR po shares its data, especially to our law enforcement authorities. Especially kapag meron tayong natanggap na request for verification from the PNP or from the NBI, immediately po nagpapadala tayo sa kanila ng updated list. And as regards naman po doon sa mga na-cancel na sites, pinopost din po sa website ni PAGCOR yung address ng mga canceled sites for the information po ng ating other concerned government agencies and the public, Your Honor.
Ito para klaro lang sir, yung 34 Pogo licensees natin, they're only allowed to operate in one area per licensee? One place per licensee?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, how many? As many? Diyan tayo magkakaproblema sa mga as many na yan.
It depends, Your Honor, kung saan sila makakuha ng letter of no objection, Your Honor, from the LGU.
Okay, so ganito na lang. But of course, the master database is with PAGCOR, tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
You are never not informed of where they got this letter of no objection and where they're going to establish their operations, their base of operations. You are always informed.
Yes, Your Honor. Yung letter of no objection po, Mr. Chair, is a requirement from them, Your Honor. I mean, we require it from them, Your Honor.
Oh nga, no, but yung ano ba, yung nakatingin ako sa physical, the actual physical location of where Pogo licensees and service providers operate or conduct their business. Alam ng PAGCOR yan, 100% information at 100% of the time. Alam ninyo yan.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so that means, and you can freely provide that with our Philippine National Police.
Yes, Your Honor. In fact, Your Honor, may I manifest that we have a mutual cooperation agreement with our law enforcement agencies as regards, which includes data sharing, Your Honor.
Sige, ang ibig sabihin, ang ibig kong sabihin, andiyan naman mga PNP so any Pogo related activity or Pogo-like activity being conducted outside of the official places of operations with PAGCOR, kung lugar ay wala doon sa listahan ninyo, that is already or that could be presumed to be an illegal Pogo operation. Do you agree with me, Attorney Tan?
Yes, I agree, Your Honor.
Yan, at least narinig tayo ng mga police. So I will now talk to the police, Mr. Chairman, who is the highest ranking PNP official with us.
Good morning, good afternoon, sir. Police Major General Eliseo Cruz, sir, the Director for Investigation and Detective Management.
Yes, sir. You have always been attending our hearings, General Cruz. So thank you.
Yes, sir.
Basta sir, narinig ninyo yun. So let's use the information and then anything outside, any Pogo activity outside of the official list should be suspected to be illegal Pogo. Kasi yan ang reklamo ninyo sa ground na natatakot kayo magsita o maghuli kasi baka kayo mabweltahan. Pero because yung distinction between legal and illegal, not at your fingertips. Pero ngayon, PAGCOR says that it freely shares the data and information with the PNP. Do you confirm that, General Cruz? And what will you now do with the information given to you by PAGCOR?
Sir, as far as the IDM is concerned, we have not received yet these documents, but we have received about the directive of the PAGCOR to require the Pogo companies to secure the national police clearance from the PNP. So that's why now, sir, we are having an ongoing Pogo caravans to the different locations of these Pogo companies. And we have already issued more than 7,000 national police clearance to more than 7,000 Pogo workers. And if these documents about the legal Pogos, we will have it shared to the different operating units of the Philippine National Police for them to act on or to conduct police intervention if they happen to encounter activities of illegal Pogo operations, sir.
Thank you, General, kasi talaga nagklaro na yata si Chief PNP talaga, no? And si SILG na number one, bawal na ang PSPG magbigay ng private security to this Pogo big bosses, operators, kasi medyo sumusobra na. Ginawang private army yung mga mga security nila. And then even si Sosya said that sa per the records wala naman din naka-assign. And then ito na lang siguro, Mr. Chairman, kasi si Highway Patrol Group ang hindi natin naiimbita baka naman meron sila talagang officially na-assign to be escorts nitong mga convoys ng ating mga Pogo operators dito. And then si General Cruz must know about the law on private army. Check kung hindi ito police officers, hindi rin naman ito military people kasi kinonfront ko rin si Chief of Staff dyan Kung hindi ito police officers, hindi military people, hindi rin protective agents, then this might fall under the definition of a private army under our existing laws. What can you say, General Cruz?
Sir, that is the directive of our Chief PNP to work on this reported security being provided to Pogo personalities by reportedly PNP personnel or a protection agent. And all these are not allowed, sir, by the PNP. So the different local unit commanders of the Philippine National Police were directed to initiate actions on this, especially for those who are reportedly bringing firearms outside of residences without the proper authority, especially the reportedly security persons providing, of course, security to these reported POGO officials. So our different chiefs of police, even the provincial directors and even the district directors of Metro Manila, were directed to coordinate in the establishments wherein this scenario are being reported, especially in gambling establishments, casinos, and even five-star hotels. So these are going on, sir, and being implemented by our different district directors in Metro Manila.
Thank you, sir. Ang pulis, mas gala naman kayo sa amin. Pero kung sa the rare times na ako po'y lalabas at maka-encounter ako ng ganyan, that means you're not doing your job. Isusumbong ko sa inyo kung ano yung nakita ko. So, now that you've given us this directive from the Chief PNP, let's hope na meron talagang changes. So, Mr. Chairman, I will just submit a statement na lang to the committee to be made part of the records of the committee. It's about the social cost, yung mga ganon, that we really do not need to put an amount to this kasi mga buhay nga involved dito, buhay, dignity, liberty, physical injury. One final question na lang, Mr. Chairman, if you allow me, sa DOF, meron na bang official position ang DOF or si Secretary Jokno? Official po? On Pogo?
Yes, Chair, the Secretary Jokno signed the letter last Friday, and I believe the letters were submitted to the Senate yesterday, Mr. Chair.
O nga, then he is one of the highest ranking cabinet officials, one of the most important positions po yan. So, is this being taken up in the cabinet or being taken up with the President?
I'm not aware, Mr. Chair, Senator Pimentel.
Okay, last question kay Attorney Tan of PAGCOR. If the President, lawyer ka naman sir, at saka familiar ka na sa laws governing gambling and PAGCOR, if the President Marcos, orders that we put a stop to POGO operations and activities in the Philippines, pwede niya pong gawin yon, Attorney Tan? PAGCOR can immediately implement his directive?
Yes, Your Honor. We will yield to the wisdom of the Office of the President, Your Honor.
So tama. Very good. So there is a shorter way to address this social problem, this law and order and socio-economic problem. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Minority Leader. The DOF presented or sent us a copy of their presentation, and it's good to put this on record, Yusek Gabin. So may I request the DOF to present this PowerPoint and to make it part of the records, and also to educate the public as well as the committee on DOF's position and computation on the various questions earlier.
We shall be glad to, Mr. Chair. I'm presenting, as requested by the committee during its first hearing, the report of the Department of Finance of the cost of operations of POGO with respect to the social, economic, and reputational cost. We have three key messages. Next slide, please. The first, as I've expounded earlier, is that you cannot put a monetary value to the life and dignity of the victims and the family of the victims of human trafficking, prostitution, and kidnapping. The second message, Mr. Chair, is that based on studies, the economic cost of crimes pose a negative impact of to foreign direct investments in the country. And last is that the consequence of reputational vulnerabilities associated with POGO runs high, Mr. Chair. Next page. So moving to the social cost of POGO, next page, please. Again, as explained earlier, we cannot put a value to the loss of life and dignity due to the POGO-related crimes. The social cost is difficult to compute, and the indirect social costs, such as heightened social fear and anxiety, have no outright cost equivalent. The second point, Mr. Chair, is that the level of threat in fraudulent activities continues to climb given the alarming instances of criminal activities in the POGO sector. However, if you want to put a proxy, a good measure will be the additional cost it will take to police the higher criminality as a result of the POGO. We can, for example, if the police has to deploy additional units, then we can use that as a proxy. Also, if other crimes are committed because our police officers are focused on the POGO operations, then that is another social cost. Next page, please. Okay. Moving on to the economic and the declining economic benefits of POGO. Next page. There is an OECD study, Mr. Chair, and it's quite extensive. It studies around 20 to 30 countries, correlating high crime rates with foreign direct investments. Studies have shown that high crime rates negatively affect foreign direct investments in the economy. Based on the study, the relationship of kidnapping rate and capital flight among developing countries is found to increase in kidnapping rate by 1 per 100,000 of the population. And this would increase capital flight by 1.03 percentage points. Using the results of the OECD study, we plugged in the values for the Philippines, and we estimate that the investment losses for the Philippines may range between 12.4 billion to 19.8 billion in 2021. Next page, please. Again, to the point that high crime rates negatively affect FDIs in a country, as I stated earlier, the best estimate of the economic cost is the amount of additional resources which our law enforcers may have to spend to eliminate the cost brought about by POGO-related crimes. Also, the prevalence of crime affects investor perception, which can lead to significant negative consequences such as loss of current and potential investments, jobs, and revenues. We have observed as well, Mr. Chair, that economic benefits have been declining, mainly because the number of POGO operators have decreased by 46%, while there is a 71% decrease in employees compared to 2019, which is the height of the POGO operations. As you will see from the table, in 2019, where we had 63 operators, we had a total of 118,000 POGO employees. looking at the last column of the table, the January to June of 2022, that number is down to 34,254. Mainly because the number of licensed operators have gone down to 34. The collections from by the BIR and by PAGCOR, next slide please, is shown in this table. The total collections for September 2016 until July 2022, if you look at the second to the last column on your right, is 5.6 billion. So that constitutes the PAGCOR revenues of 1.7 billion and the BIR tax collections of 3.9 billion. You will note, Mr. Chair, that again, looking at the columns on total collections, the total collections have been decreasing. It reached a peak at 2019, where total collections amounted to 14.5 billion. And currently, it's now down to 5.6 billion. Again, as everyone observed, there is a significant decline in Pogo industry since 2019. And we believe that the pandemic, the passage of the Pogo tax law in 2021, and the statement of the Chinese government in the media against online gambling by its citizens led to this decrease. The Philippine government is actions at formalizing the sector through law appear to have discouraged their growth as well, and signaling the firm's lack of interest in tighter regulation. We therefore recommend on focusing the country's critical resources on other similar industries that have less social implications to the country, particularly the IT BPM sector. On reputational cost, Mr. Chair, we believe that the vulnerabilities associated with POGOs run high economic risks. Next page, please. Okay. The continued tolerance of the Pogo industry causes greater reputational risk to the country, most especially when the industry remains illegal in China. Reputational risks include consequences such as loss of potential investors, as shown in the OECD report, which we shall submit later to the committee. Jobs and public scrutiny of domestic regulatory and law enforcement processes. We believe, Mr. Chair, that we cannot afford to lose the needed productive investments and their accompanying revenues, which we believe can be gained from positive business perceptions, especially in the light, Mr. Chair, of the passage of the Public Service Act as well as the Foreign Investments Law. We hope to attract more foreign investments, and we don't want the negative correlation, the negative association of Pogo and gambling to scare away our investors. Last two slides, Mr. Chair. Next page, next slide, please. We believe that local casinos have a different economic and social impact from that of POGOs. Casinos on the ground provide local employment. Compare that to Pogo, which employ mostly foreign individuals and cater to foreign customers and remit most of their income to their home country and sometimes evading taxes. In closing, Mr. Chair, we believe that the social costs of Pogo outweigh the economic benefits they bring, as no amount of money can compensate for social and emotional losses from offenses against the society. As positive public perception correlates with increased business and investments, reputational risks associated with Pogo may indicate more is at stake than what there is to gain. With that, we thank the Chair for the time, and we'll be glad to answer any more questions if there's any.
Thank you, Yusek. I want to pursue where Senator Escudero ended earlier on the indirect taxes. I think the DOF presented only the direct taxes. Do we have a rough estimate on how much indirect taxes are collected by the government? More or less lang, no? I know that just a quick estimate.
Okay, I have a table here, Chair, which breaks down the revenue collection from the POGO sector. We have the income tax, the business, the value-added tax, percentage tax, franchise tax. We have as well the withholding taxes on compensation, final and expanded and others, and doc stamps. The total, Mr. Chair, and we shall be glad to give this to the Chair for the reference.
How much is that in total? To include indirect, what Mr. Lichu mentioned earlier, VAT on lease, VAT on utilities, VAT on food and activities, things like this. So if we have any simulation that we ran, just to complete the picture, because right now we're just looking at the direct taxes from PAGCOR and also from the BIR. Do you have a rough estimate?
I'll have to check with our staff, Mr. Chair. What we have here is the taxes that I enumerated earlier shows a total of 4.5 billion. But I have to check if it includes the taxes from the lease and for the other allied services, Mr. Chair.
We ran our own simulation inside the office just to pursue this issue, and you can validate our numbers. No, these are just numbers that we got from PSA and also from available sources. And the number that we got, let's just flash it. It's about 34 billion, slightly higher than what Mr. Lichu mentioned. I think you mentioned about 20 billion. No? So mas mataas yung aming computation. This is about 1% of GDP. Just to complete the picture, Yusek, because if you look at the direct taxes, it's only 0.05% of GDP, as what you have presented earlier.
Yes, Chair.
So I just flashed on the slide, no? And based on our internal computations, about 34 billion, including lahat na ito, utilities, real estate, even retail. And we're very happy if you can validate or correct our numbers. But it's about 1% of GDP. From the DOF perspective, is 1% a substantial amount to warrant the continued existence of Pogo in our country? Because pag sinabing 0.05, then obviously it's a minuscule compared to our total economy. But if warrant, I just want to get the feel of DOF's position on a 1% comparison.
Chair, it's quite tricky to answer the question because on one hand you have values versus you have the values as opposed to income. Okay, is that worth the income that you are getting? That's the first. Second, Mr. Chair, as I stated earlier, we have started to open up the economy. The Senate has passed the Foreign Investments Act. We've passed as well the amendments to the Public Service Act, and we've revised as well the PPP IRR, and I understand the revisions to the PPP will be discussed with the Senate later on. If we can attract foreign investments in industries with high value added, I believe that is better pursued, Mr. Chair. As you presented earlier, there is a negative correlation between high crime rate and investments. We don't want to scare, on one hand, we are opening the economy, but we don't want to scare the foreign investors from coming in because of the high crime rate that may be associated with Pogo, Mr. Chair.
Let's break it down. Yusek, assuming the worst case scenario is 1% of GDP in terms of direct and indirect revenues, will that impact our economy? For example, the worst case, what Senator Pimentel mentioned earlier, the president one day says that the social cost, no, meaning crime and all the what's happening with POGOs, decides to stop POGOs. Is 1% from our GDP in terms of direct and indirect collection be a significant negative effect to our economy?
Mr. Chair, if we are able to attract other industries, if you're able to attract other investments, then that will not, I believe there is not much of a trade-off to talk about.
But my question is, will that impact? Because my next question is, what can we attract to replace it? No, so I just want to break it down one by one so that when the committee makes a recommendation, we want to also get the sentiment of the DOF. No.
Well, Mr. Chair, 1% is admittedly it's quite big, Mr. Chair. And so, yes, there is a cause for concern. But again, as I stated earlier, if we can attract industries with high value added, better, higher technical requirements, higher professional employment rate, we can get tourists as well, Mr. Chair. Then that should be more than enough to cover what we may potentially lose if we if Pogo exits the country.
That's my next question. What can we replace that 1%? We're looking at 30 plus billion in terms of direct and indirect revenues. What industry do you see in the next maybe 2 years to 5 years that can replace that industry? In terms of employment, I think mas madaling sagutin yun because we're just talking about
Yes, sir.
17,000 Filipinos. But assuming we take the high side, 23,000, I think that's an easier way to find a job for them. But that 30 billion, is that something that we can replace in the next 2-3 years?
The economic team has submitted a medium-term development plan. If we follow the roadmap, Mr. Chair, I believe we can replace that. Tourism, for example, and as stated by this Senate President Zubiri earlier, since we are blacklisted, the tourist arrivals in the country has decreased. If we can recover, if we can get that back, Mr. Chair, that should fill the void, especially if they are spending in local food, local tours, local hotel stays. The recent amendments to the tax laws that we enacted as well, the FIRB, which grants benefits, if they can bring in high-tech industries and those in AI, for example, which we want to encourage, then that can cover for the shortfall that may occur if Pogos will exit the country.
Because that's a case that we want to lay down that moving forward, that the country can attract better quality businesses. No, like I said earlier, we want investments, we want to create jobs, but we want good investments or the high quality investments or the high value added investments, as well as a job that can, and as well as investments that have a multiplier effect on jobs. No, like
Yes, sir.
the IT BPO employs how many now? 1.5 million.
I believe so, Chair.
Yeah. So, and as far as I know, and the police can correct me if I'm wrong, there's no BPO related crimes. Meron ba ho, sir? Meron bang human trafficking, kidnapping, prostitution sa BPO? As far as my knowledge concern, I don't read about, kung meron man, I don't read about it as often as the Pogo, no? But that can be submitted later on, sir, no, if you can, no. But my point there is, the BPO industry is not entangled with crimes, yet they generate about 1.5 billion, 1.5 million in terms of employment. No? So those are the businesses that we want to attract. Isaac, you wanna?
Yes, sir. I'm just reading from the strategic investment priority plan, and this was approved just this year. So we want to attract first those in the healthcare, especially to address COVID and future pandemic programs. We want more manufacturing. We want more mass housing. We want infrastructure and logistics. We want those that are engaged in high innovation and innovation drivers. We want those that are focused on the environment, energy, and those that will export. Those are our tier one investments, Mr. Chair. On tier two, of course, we want, and we're giving benefits as well. We want to invite industries that are in the green ecosystems, those that are in defense-related activities, and those along the industrial value chain to fill the gaps in that, as well as in activities which will help us achieve food security. So those are the investments that we want to come into.
Because on the other side, I am playing devil's advocate. I know that fiscal space right now is a big challenge, no? And 34 billion is still 34 billion. No? So my point there is we need to find a replacement to that, no?
Yeah,
Or
yes,
else,
Chair.
in terms of fiscal space, that will be affected.
Yeah.
But then again, I also acknowledge the um, the social cost, no, related to the business, and it's very difficult to quantify because a lot of the crimes that are related to Pogo are unreported as well. No, so it's very difficult to put a hard number. But then again, I also recognize the effort by the OF to put some global standards, no, from OECD and the others to somehow quantify the effects of crimes and crimes related to Pogo. I have a question to the BIR, sir. Ito, I need some clarification. How much in the law? I was reading the law, no. The different agencies are tasked to do data sharing and even joint inspection. Has this been formed so far as BIR is concerned?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Before the Pogo law, there was a joint memorandum between DOLE, BIR, and BI. And before the change of the administration, we started to meet again with the agencies, but unfortunately, sir, because of the change in administration, that led to changes in the people in all the agencies. So currently, there's no there was a plan to revise the joint memorandum.
But the data sharing and reporting system is embedded in the law.
Yes,
So
sir.
it's a mandate of the law that the Bureau of Immigration, DOLE, BIR, SEC, PAGCOR, and other economic zones should sit together and issue a joint consolidate rules IRR. This is for the purpose of data sharing.
Yes, yes, sir. I believe, sir, PAGCO is submitting records to the BIR.
When was the last time you sat down with PAGCOR and the other agencies?
When was the last meeting?
I think, sir, June of this year.
June of this year. And did when you sat with this is with PAGCOR?
With the PAGCOR, DOLE, BI.
PAGCOR was there.
I think so, yes.
And did you conduct data sharing with PAGCOR?
PAGCOR submits data to the BIR, Your Honor.
Which data? What type of data?
Gaming, the gaming revenue and the number of foreign workers that were issued the offshore gaming employment license.
Okay. For 2022, what was the collection of BIR
Sir,
for January to August?
sir, I have now an update. We included the month of September. The current collection is 5.066 billion.
And what is supposedly the gross gaming revenue for that amount?
Sir, the total collection for the gaming tax is 1.6 billion.
Ano po yung first, how much is the collection?
5.066 billion, sir.
That is for 2022
Yes, sir.
for the month of what?
From the months of January to September, Your Honor.
Okay. Ito ba yung atin?
Sir, lahat na po yan. Ito sa
Sir, I have a table. Maybe we could.
Yes, please, attorney. Can you flash the table, Secretariat? That is for the entire amount na including PAGCOR?
Sir, yes, no, sir. BIR lang po.
Okay. Attorney, for I'm holding it right now. For the franchise tax is 1.6 billion, tama ho?
Tama po.
Ano po ang gross gaming revenue for this?
Saan?
And what is the basis for this amount?
Sir, if we divide this by 5%, it's 32.4 billion.
32.4 billion.
Yes, sir.
That's supposed to be the gross gaming revenue.
Yes, Your Honor.
And this 32.4 billion is based on PAGCOR submission?
Yes, sir. Supposedly, sir.
No, is it based on the PAGCOR submission?
No, sir. This is based on collections, actual collections, sir, of the BIR.
No, the 32.4, the gross gaming revenue. Anong basis ng gross gaming revenue?
Ano, sir, ang basis po ng gross gaming revenue is 5% of the gross gross bets less payouts.
Correct.
Yes.
But the amount, the gross gaming revenue, was that based on PAGCOR's submission to you, or was that based on the self-declaration of...
This is just based on the tax returns or self-declaration, Your Honor.
So self-declaration lang to?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because based on our computation, we're looking at the computation. In 2022, And my data's a little old, no? But from January to August, the franchise tax collection of BIR is 1.4. Okay. If you the PAGCOR income from offshore gaming operations, which is the 2%, is 1.3. If you work back, if you gross it up, ang lumalabas, ang gross gaming revenue that was declared by to BIR is 28 billion. But the gross gaming revenue, so gross it up also, for PAGCOR is about 66 billion. So there's a discrepancy.
Sir, we could clarify, sir, with PAGCOR. I think, sir, kasi they could also collect other fees.
No, this is only the 2%.
Yes, sir.
This is only the 2%. Hindi namin sinama yung other fees nila. May regulatory fees yan. Maraming regulatory fees yan eh. No, so BIR should be collecting 3.3%, 3.3 billion, but you only collected 1.4. So ang nawawala is 1.9 billion.
It's possible, Your Honor.
Is that possible?
If the figures, Your Honor, are accurate, that is possible, Your Honor.
Oh, well, this is this is based on the submission. No? We just gross it up.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's why I want to know if your gross gaming revenue is based from PAGCOR's data or based on the self-declaration of the POGO.
Only from the self-declaration.
Self-declaration of the POGO. So in other words, the POGOs are not declaring the right amount.
It would seem so, Your Honor.
Because I would understand PAGCOR's getting the right amount because they have the third-party auditor as their auditor, no?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, and PAGCOR will have real-time information in terms of collection. So I would assume that PAGCOR will be collecting a much more accurate amount.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
No. So is this possible? This is based on our own internal computation that 1.9 billion is not being paid by the POGOs to BIR?
Yes, sir. The problem, sir, is currently all audits are suspended, and this covers the POGO law 2021 up to now. So until now, sir, there is no enforcement activity being conducted against POGOs. It's still suspended.
I'll go to that later on, but there's a mechanism under the law, which is the data sharing. And this is my point. No? Well, number one, my point is the POGOs are not declaring accurately to BIR. Number two, government is not activating the mechanisms that will enable the two agencies to share. No? And that's precisely why it's embedded in the law. No? So both sides may pagkukulang.
Your Honor, with regards to the data sharing with PAGCOR, I think, sir, they submit every month to the BIR data.
But obviously, the data is not being used.
Currently, sir, because the audit are currently on hold, it is suspended. But once it commences, definitely, sir, we will try to determine why there's a difference between the BIR data and the PAGCOR, BIR collection and the PAGCOR
Yung
data.
audit, what do you mean by audit of the POGOs?
Yes, Your Honor.
Why is it suspended?
It was suspended in May, Your Honor, by the former commissioner. And
May of 20...
2022, Your Honor.
Okay. And what is the basis for that suspension?
Your Honor, I think because of the pending transfer of power of the incoming administration, and until now, the audit is still suspended, and the lifting is dependent on the conditions, sir. Is they have to at least zero out their inventory. So once your audit inventory is zeroed out, then you will be allowed to conduct audit again.
When will it be zeroed out? Nasi-zero out ba yun?
Yes, sir. Currently, sir, there are certain regions that have commenced audit.
No, but this doesn't, it doesn't speaks well of government. Yung mga MSMEs, katakot-takot yung LOA natin. Katakot-takot yung audit natin. But yung Pogo, which obviously is under-declaring, we're not auditing them. And then we have also a mechanism now to make sure that they're declaring it properly through that third-party audit that we're paying almost half a billion for that third-party audit. But we're not using the information.
Sir, can I? Sir,
Go ahead.
the suspensions cover all taxpayers, not only Pogo. It includes the MSMEs and the small taxpayers.
But may mga I don't think that's true, no? Because I have a lot of businessmen friends. And alam ko marami pang maraming ginagawang LOA sa kanila, no? I'm also
Yes,
a lot of businessmen. I'm sure kayo rin, attorney.
Yes, sir. Unless, sir, as I said, there are certain regions that have already commenced.
Yeah, but that's beside the point. The point there is may nawawalang 1.9 billion. No, that's the point. And the point here is POGOs are not declaring properly. And the third is the self-declaration mechanism for them doesn't work.
It would seem so, Your Honor.
So can we get a definite action from BIR on how to address this? Because again, we're addressing fiscal space. This is supposed to be money in the pockets of government already. No, hawak-hawak na dapat natin yung perang yan, but obviously it's not with us, no? So can we get an assurance from BIR that this will be immediately looked at and rectified?
I will relay, Your Honor, to higher authorities.
Thank you. And just give us a official position paper on that, attorney, after talking to your superiors.
Yes, Your Honor.
I want to go back to PAGCOR kasi this is again, I want to get that full macro view on where the Pogo industry is going, no? Considering that we have already talked about the position of China, we've seen the crime-related, now merong tax deficiency or tax declaration issues. Now, my point here is, meron bang roadmap ang Pogo as an industry? Did PAGCOR chart its roadmap on where Pogo will be going, how to make Pogo a more meaningful industry for our country, how to also address some of the issues on crime and other things? Meron ba tayong roadmap that PAGCOR charted for Pogo?
Your Honor, as for yung actual na roadmap, we have not yet fleshed out the details of that. But as these issues have arisen, Your Honor, the Offshore Gaming Licensing Department, which handles the POGOs for PAGCOR, is continually improving its regulations. The revision of our offshore gaming regulatory manual is underway, Your Honor, to include yung mga nakita naming pwedeng i-improve sa regulations ng POGOs. And as for the macro data regarding POGOs, Your Honor, the aim now is just to go back to the highest to the peak of the operations of POGOs. So that would be our benchmark, Your Honor, to say na nag-work or it's still feasible for us to continue with the POGO operations, Your Honor. So yun po yung benchmark namin, is to go back to those figures, Your Honor.
Based on your disclosure earlier, 50% of revenues, well, I'm assuming, no? It's paid in Chinese yuan. So 50% of revenue, assuming, and this is subject to your submission, comes from China. No? So that's a very big amount of source of revenue for POGOs. Now that earlier our Senate President disclosed China's position on Pogo, and I also showed earlier the several press statements of China on Pogo, especially on online gambling. What are the risks for this industry? You have to look at the entire picture. No? Your biggest source of revenue is saying it's illegal, and there's a crackdown also in China. I saw earlier in the report of DOF. So, what are the risks associated in terms of business? No? What are the business risks associated with POGOs?
Mr. Chair, we will have to double check that information that we relayed earlier because it might not be Chinese yuan after all. So we just have to double check that information, Your Honor. But if assuming that 50% comes from of the business comes from China, then that would not be a very feasible way to do business if the jurisdiction where the business comes from does not allow or outlaws that particular business, Your Honor.
So it's not feasible in the eyes of PAGCOR anymore because China outright prohibited online gambling.
Assuming, Your Honor, that 50% or majority of the business comes from China, Your Honor. But we have to double check, Your Honor.
But saan ba nanggagaling? Your PAGCOR. You should know where your revenues are coming from. Diba? That's basic. In any business, you should know where your revenues are coming from. I think any businessman would want to know where they derive their revenues. So, saan ba nanggagaling talaga?
Yung BRL.
Vietnamese dong, USD,
Let's not use that denomination because you said it can be skewed towards another jurisdiction. But let's just outright ask. I mean, just tell us where.
Sir, my apologies, Your Honor. We only have the currencies right now for the data, so it might not be accurate if we give it to you. We just undertake to submit to you yung territories or yung jurisdictions where the business comes from, Your Honor.
Okay.
So that we will not be misinformed, Your Honor, and in this proceeding, Your Honor.
Okay. So that's fine. Just submit to us the sources of bets
Yes, Your Honor.
for POGOs. That's very important information. Let's go into the okay. Again, these are all anecdotal. We see a lot of Chinese employees in your report. How many of those foreign employees are Chinese?
Chinese.
per nationality.
Your Honor, for Chinese, Your Honor, it's 7,534 employees, Chinese employees, Your Honor.
Out of total
Out of
foreign.
41
Foreign.
foreign
20,000 yan.
out of 21,000, Your Honor. 21,918, Your Honor.
So that's about a third, more or less.
Yes, Your Honor.
And I would assume that more or less correlates with the 50% revenue that you are getting from China. More or less, but pending your submission. Since it's a substantial amount, have you verified the laws that governs online gaming of China? And have you verified whether those who are working in POGOs right now, when they go back to China, are they prosecuted with those laws?
Your Honor, unfortunately, we don't have that information, Your Honor.
But did you ever strive to get those information? Kasi like I said, no, one third works are from China, 50% of your revenues from China. So it's a big amount, no? Kanina nga 1% of GDP, malaki na. 30% pa, no? So I would like any businessman, you would investigate if your the source of your revenue is going to be a stable source for the next few years. Have you strived to investigate that?
I'm not aware of any action to investigate that, Your Honor, but I would have to double check with our office if there was a study conducted, Your Honor.
Okay, just please, since you are the nation's gaming regulator and you have information, your 5 of your board members are in a gaming conference, sana naman matanong nila kung ano ba ang future ng Pogo sa buong mundo. Is it something that the country wants to invest in and participate in the next 5 to 10 years? With BPO, without a blink of an eye, I would say let's invest in BPO. No? Not only for 10 years, but for the next 20, 30 years. But with Pogo, can you answer the same question? Is it an industry that Pagor wants to invest in the next 5 to 10 years?
I would have to refer that matter, Your Honor, to the PAGCOR Board of Directors, Your Honor.
All right. I think it's better to tell your board while they're doing the gaming conference. Nasaan ba sila? Las Vegas?
I'm not privy to the
Sige.
details, Your Honor.
Just text mo na lang. All right. ASEAN. How many countries in the 10 ASEAN member nations are allowing Pogo? Philippines is one. What are the other ones? Anong sagot?
Your Honor, from our information, that would include Cambodia and Malaysia, Your Honor.
Allows Pogo?
Yes.
Let me flash. I did my homework, even though information is very difficult. But we found out that aside from the Philippines, Laos, well, we cannot get clear information if Laos allows it and Myanmar allows it. But the rest of ASEAN, and we included China here, no, but does not allow it. Okay. There's a yung ano, I cannot see. Anyways, bakit ang can you see that? Kasi wala akong slide na yun. So, we don't have information on Laos and on Myanmar, but seems to me that most of our neighbors don't allow Pogos. And from our latest research, Cambodia is the latest country that banned Pogo because of crime issues. Can you confirm this information? Again, kayo ang pumupunta sa gaming conference, hindi naman ho kami. No? So mas kabisado niyo yung mga ganitong... Is this, tama po ba yung aming information? Sa Laos po, do they allow Pogos in Myanmar? Do you have information?
Your Honor, with your kind indulgence, we have to verify, Your Honor, this list, Your Honor. As of now, we cannot confirm if those jurisdictions allow or do not allow.
Yeah, because my point here, if our neighbors are not allowing it, No, Brunei is not allowing it. Cambodia is not allowing it. Indonesia is not allowing it. Malaysia is not allowing it. Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam, obviously China, no, is not allowing it. We're the only nation in ASEAN that allows it right now.
It would appear that way, Your Honor.
And there's probably a very good reason why there are other neighbors are not allowing it. And I think the latest, as what the DOF disclosed in their presentation, is because of crime issues. So I just want to get verification if this information is accurate. Just submit to us, no, based on your research here in ASEAN. Baka tayo lang pumapayag sa Pogo. Lahat ng kapitbahay natin ayaw nila ng Pogo. Again, based on our information, subject to validation, you are the gaming regulator. We're just here as the representatives of the people. So you can correct our information, and we'll be happy to correct it. But based on our information right now, we're the only ones in ASEAN that allows it, and obviously we're the only ones also bearing the brunt right now of the social cost. So that being said, is PAGCOR still looking at Pogo for the next 5 to 10 years? Because I need to understand where we want to go with Pogo. You know? That's my point here. And being the gaming regulator, being the experts in gaming, it's very important for you to educate us whether this business model is still a business model that we need, what the country wants to adopt.
At present, Your Honor, what PAGCOR is doing is just to develop and improve the regulations as if it can see Pogo as a viable business for the next 5 or 10 years. Then I would have to defer that that position or that stand to the PAGCOR board of directors, Your Honor.
So this is a perfect time. They're in their gaming conference, no? So perfect time for them to really ponder and think about where they want to go with Pogo. No, but as for where we stand right now, the cost is taking a toll to our constituents also. No?
We submit, Your Honor.
I'll jump to another issue on the third-party auditor as prescribed by law. Who is our third-party auditor?
Mr. Chair, our third-party auditor is Globalcom RCI.
And how long have they been our third-party auditor?
Since 2018, Mr. Chair.
So prior to the enactment of RA 11590?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Saan yung... I understand that the third-party auditor went through a bidding, but it failed.
Initially, Your Honor, but from what we know, Your Honor, yung procurement ng third-party auditor went through the regular bidding process, Your Honor.
The first bidding failed, correct? Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And then the second bidding, there was a second bidding.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And how many vied during that second bidding?
Ilan?
We tried to look for the terms of reference in the website, but hindi ho namin mahanap. Andun in terms of reference ng lahat ng binibili ng PAGCOR except for this one. And we couldn't find it. So, first submit to us the terms of reference.
We'll submit to it.
And then second, how many vied during that second bidding?
We'll submit, Your Honor, so that we can just give the correct information, Your Honor.
No, but I just want to pursue this because it's in the law. It's in provision. Section 9. It's in the section. It's in section 9 of the law that PAGCOR shall engage the services of a third-party audit platform. So it's within our mandate to conduct this oversight over this provision of the law. So my question is, in that second bidding, how many participated?
Around, I think around 3, Your Honor.
Around 3?
Yes.
Okay.
We just need to submit yung correct po para lang exact po yung mabigay na.
Okay. Sige, pending submission. And I understand that is this third-party auditor, si Globalcom, is this is this an incorporated joint venture?
Mr. Chair, it's a consortium, Mr. Chair.
Three companies.
It's a consortium of 3 companies, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And who are these 3 companies?
Global Myoho Wrench Company, Highweb Trade Limited, and Compact Corporation.
Okay. And I won't go into the details now, no? Submit nyo na lang sa amin in terms of reference. But I would assume that experience is part of the qualification. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Who among these 3 have the gaming experience?
Sino?
Check the,
Wala ba yan sa terms?
check ko natin yung ano ngayon, records. Isang submit na lang.
We'll provide this information na lang, Your Honor, because we don't have it right now.
Sige,
I apologize.
tulungan kita. Oh, I have it. Si Comfac, I think, is a local company engaged in saan ba yun?
Ano ba?
So I'm trying to figure out, no, if you're gonna engage a third party auditor, obviously isa dyan dapat expert sa gaming, tama?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
It's a consortium, so they will bring in they'll bring in some of their expertise and strengths to the table, whether capital, whether past experience, whether other strengths, no. But I understand that si Comfac is deals with computer equipment here, providing full range of information system integration services. No? So they're into the IT business. And then si saan dito si Myoho? Diyan na. Saan? Ito pala. Si itong si Global Myoho Range Copy, which is now Globalcom RCI, is engaged of IT systems integration, importing, trading, distribution. So nasa IT siya. There's a third entity, and this is a Malta-based company called Highweb Trade. No? But we're trying to get information about this company, but we couldn't get information. In fact, itong high web trade, are they engaged in the gaming industry? Andito yung Globalcom, no?
Yes, Your Honor, nandito po sila.
Nasaan sila?
I think nasa Zoom.
But sige, but I want to ask PAGCOR because kayo yung pumili eh. No? And kayo rin nagbabayad ng 500 million a year, no? So I want to ask the selection process. So who among this is the expert in gaming? In fact, we went to the extent of ito ba yung Malta? Oo. We went through the extent of checking the website, but wala ho siyang website. Si High Web Trade. I will flash it on the sites. Ano. And then si Globalcom RCI, which is your third-party auditor. This is the website of High Web. This is the website Globalcom RCI. We couldn't find it. And then next is the page of High Web. This is what came out. So for an IT company, I think the very basic feature is a website. I think in any IT company, you have to have a website. Diba? I don't think you can call yourself an IT company if you don't have a website. So I'm trying to understand how this third-party auditor who's supposed to audit the POGOs, who we know are under-declaring because they're not declaring the right amount to BAR, we contracted a third-party auditor, but we couldn't find a trace of the third-party auditor.
Mr. Chair, we'll have to verify all these information with our procurement department, Your Honor, which headed the procurement process, Your Honor.
So please submit to us all documents pertaining to the selection of the third-party auditor, because this doesn't give us the confidence that the third-party auditor is credible. This is a Malta-based company, but hindi namin mahanap, no? What this Malta-based company is doing.
We will submit, Your Honor.
And then we have to be extra vigilant because we all know that they're not declaring the right amount. So how do we know that the third-party auditor is capturing every single centavo in their gross gaming revenues? And then again, doesn't speak well of an IT company that doesn't have a website.
We will comply with the submissions, Your Honor.
All right. But you don't have anyone who can give us some information now about the third-party auditor? Kasi kasama yan sa oversight natin eh.
Unfortunately, none at the moment, Your Honor.
Sige, we'll talk about this next hearing. This
Yes,
is very important. So, I think there are a lot of submissions that we need from PAGCOR. Please submit to us immediately.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then lastly, I would like to ask the police. Yung kanina tinanong ni Senator Cheese, yung video na may saksakan, sir. Dito nangyari sa Pilipinas yun? That's confirmed?
Yes, Mr. Chair, sir. It happened in Parañaque City.
Yung, if I'm not mistaken, that video, I don't wanna show it here, no? Meron pong encounter and then someone na, I think it's circulating in the internet. Tapos may bumagsak tapos sinaksak ng maraming beses. Nangyari ho dito yan sa Parañaque.
Yes, sir. It happened in Parañaque City, sir.
Who were the suspects? And how are they connected to the Pogo?
Sir, the identified suspects are the following: Jeffrey Arandia Orlanes, Jane Doe, also known as Mandy Ong, or also known as Madam, a Chinese national.
How many, ganito lang, how many suspects and how many are foreigners, how many are Filipinos?
Sir, yung meron pang ano sir, meron pang apat na Chinese national.
Kaya 21. There were 21, at least 21 suspects, sir.
And how many are foreigners? Or how many are foreigners? How many are Chinese nationals? How many are locals?
Ilan Chinese? Ilan Chinese?
Anim sir.
6 Chinese nationals, sir.
Okay.
And the rest are Filipinos.
Okay. And based on your investigation, I just want to capture that, no? Because yan ang nag-trigger maraming usapan dito sa Senate. Are they working for Pogo companies?
Sir, that's the report of the investigators from Parañaque City Police Station.
Okay, they're working for Pogo companies.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'd like to flash this on the screen. Meron akong nakitang quite glaring in your report. Meron yung pinaka-report nito. Okay, naka 35.
It's like
No, can you see on the screen yung this is the number of victims from 2017 to 2022. And then yung WCPC, can you see that? Nakikita niya ho dyan? From your report to, sir.
Yes, sir. That is the Women and Children Protection Center under the DIDM.
135 ang victims ang na-rescue. Tama po ba?
Yes, sir.
Ano po, can you explain what this 135 in the statistics? Meron hong 84 Chinese, 13 Filipinos, 23 Myanmar. Ano pong nature nitong itong crime na ito? Are these trafficked persons?
September. Sandy. Sir, we have the more updated statistics, sir, up to October 6, 2022. Yes.
ito sir yung incident yung ano sir, yung Sham sir sa WCPC. Nakapit yung person Sham.
Hindi, ano yan? Rescue to eh. Rescue.
I just want to sir, kung ano ba itong 135 kasi marami ito eh. May
Wala na, sir. Pero balik.
are these trafficked women? Are these this is from your report?
Yes, sir. May
They are alleged labor trafficking victims.
sir, pwede sana maibalik yung table. The table, sir, is not shown.
1%. Yes.
Yan po.
The 135 number of victims that fall in the column of under WCPC, they were rescued by the Women and Children Protection Center as traffic person in the operations that we conducted from the period January 2017 up to 2022 of September.
Okay. And were they ano sila? They were forced into what? Prostitution, to work in Pogos, ano ba ang nature? Just ano lang just give us an idea.
Forced labor, sir. They're
Forced
forced labor.
Okay. So dinala ho sila dito and then they were forced to work in
Yes.
Pogo companies.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how did they come? Alam na imbestigahan nyo kung paano ho sila nakapasok?
Can I cite one case, sir?
Sige po.
The recent rescue of 29 traffic persons in Parañaque City. The information, the case started in Dubai, wherein a couple went to Dubai as a tourist, but they were recruited to work in the Philippines while in Dubai as a customer relations officer. They went to Manila, and then when they arrived in Manila, they fell in a Pogo company. They were surprised that they thought that they will just be working as customer relation officers. But when they fell in the Pogo company, according to them, according to their statements, they were forced to work in an online scamming. They resisted, but their passports were confiscated, and they were forced to work on online scamming. And then, after a few months, they were sold to another company for 500,000 pesos. After another period of time, they were forced to another company for 3.5 million pesos. In that last company, they were separated. The couple, they were not given the enough food. That's based on their statement. It just so happened that they were able to make a communication with one of their relatives in Myanmar because the victims are Myanmar nationals. And their relative in Myanmar had a friend, also a Myanmar national, who has a friend in Manila who happened to be a wife of a policewoman, a wife of a policeman. And that policeman coordinated immediately to our anti-kidnapping group. And the rescue was done and by the AKG of these two Myanmar nationals. During the interrogation or interview, they told the investigators that there were still traffic persons somewhere in Parañaque, and one of them was their cousin. So the AKG turned over the case to our WCPC, which they believe that this is a case of trafficking in person. So our WCPC conducted an operation and they were able to rescue 29 more traffic persons. So the case has been filed before the prosecutor's office at the DOJ, and they were turned over. These rescued traffic persons were turned over to the IACAT, the Interagency Council on Anti-Trafficking, under the DOJ. And the case is going on now, sir.
Sir, bakit hindi ho, I think this is something that I need to ask. Bakit hindi mahiwalay how come merong Pogo-related crimes? No? Who are the people behind these crimes? And how come it's, looking at the reports, how come it's always connected to Pogo? What type of people operate Pogos? who are the owners? Have you investigated this type of who are these people behind the Pogos? Kasi if you go by all businesses, like for example, sa Valenzuela, we have labor issues. No, maraming pirating nangyayari doon, marami rin. But we don't have any kidnapping na kukunin from one factory going to the other factory. BPOs, the same thing. In fact, that's the problem now with BPO, shortage of qualified people because they all want to work from home. But nobody kidnaps and force them into working with PBO. So have you conducted investigation on what type of people are behind these Pogo companies? Meron ba ho kayong naimbestigahan based on your information?
Actually, sir, that's the reason why we continuously coordinate with the PAGCOR for us to be able to have these databases of personalities who are operating POGOs and even those workers. And that's why our the issuance of our NPCS, the National Police Clearance System, is going on so that we can have this database of POGO workers.
Based on my experience as a mayor before, you know the petty criminals, di ba? Alam nyo naman yan eh. Yung mga maliliit na magnanakaw, yung mga akyat bahay, those are petty. But it takes a different type of criminal to kidnap, to traffic people, to kill the way they killed that person in the video. It takes a certain level of criminality to do those things eh. Yung mga petty crime, mga petty drugs, I've seen that eh. Yung mga sa tabi-tabi. But this type is something else. No? It takes parang, in a way, parang organized sila at mas malalakas ang loob eh. Bakit ganun? Yun ang punto ko.
Actually, sir, that's the focus of our investigation now in the PNP, to finally identify personalities in POGO industry with criminal records, and so that we can prevent the occurrence of the same incidents in the future.
From your investigation, are they members of an organized syndicate? May ganun ba kayo nadidetect?
We have not encountered any information about group of syndicates in the same modus operandi, sir.
When we were discussing Pogo and the crime issue came out, part of the solution is to intensify enforcement, no? And enforcement all the way to prosecution and then conviction of those who were involved in crimes. I saw in this report of yours from 2017 to 2022, there are, tama po ba, 99 Pogo-related crimes. Let me just flash it. No. There. And the conviction, out of the 99, the conviction is only 1. So only 1% of those crimes that you handled, assuming they were filed in court, no? Marami kasi dito under investigation, under or ongoing. But for the last 5 years, only 1 out of the 99 was convicted.
Yes, Your Honor.
Bakit ho ganun? Kasi if the enforcement is the solution so that we can have the best of both worlds, no? Have Pogo stay here, we earn revenue, we have the police enforcing, filing cases, and then convicting. Hopefully, they will be disciplined if we convict them. But then again, the statistics are not saying that. Only 1% of those crimes was actually convicted. So how come, from your opinion, how come the conviction rate is so low?
As far as the PNP is concerned, the filing of these cases are of course, to the prosecutor's office. And although our job is to identify these persons involved in crimes and file the appropriate case at the prosecutor's office, we continuously do our job in ensuring the conviction of these criminals whose cases have been elevated to the court. But the pacing, but the higher conviction on the part, on the level of the court, will always dependent on the concerned court that tries the cases.
Yeah, I understand that, but I'm looking at it I'm looking at it at a system standpoint, no? From enforcement all the way to the judicial system. So, but if you look at the numbers for the last 5 years, there's only one. Isa lang po ang nakulong. Isang case lang. So this doesn't speak. I'm not blaming anyone. I'm not blaming the police. I'm not blaming the courts. I'm just saying the statistics are not saying that that enforcement is the solution.
Yes,
Because
sir.
we're not winning the cases. No? Whether nabibitin sila under investigation, siguro kumukuha pa ng ebidensya, but we're not winning the war against Pogo-related crime. This is what the statistics is saying. No?
May I mention, sir, that the year 2017 and 2018, we have not recorded any Pogo-related cases. The reason why we included the 2017 is because it is the requirement of this committee to submit the number of cases that we recorded. But
Yeah.
this statistics started since 2019. Sir.
Yeah. Even though, assume
Yes, sir.
2019,
Yes,
we're
sir.
talking about 3 years. No?
Yes, sir.
There's only one case rin. No? And I'm looking at it from a macro point of view, because initially, the thought there was we strengthen enforcement, the crime will go away. But that's not happening because we're not convicting. And in fairness to our policemen, huli kayo ng huli pero hindi naman nakukulong. So that's what the numbers are saying.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Do you agree with this number? Well,
Yes,
this
sir.
came from you, no? So
Yes, sir.
yeah.
That is part. We took that statistics from our SIRA, sir, from Prime Information Reporting and Analysis System, which is an effective system being maintained by the DIDM of the PNP. And this system is being, the numbers here are being uploaded by the 1,600 police stations nationwide.
Thank you, sir. Well, I've exhausted all of my questions, but we have a lot of loose ends from PAGCOR, also with DOF. I think Senator Cheese was also asking for some more complete analysis on the Pogo industry. And then we're also waiting for BIR to investigate the matter on under declaration. So we'll suspend the hearing for now, and we'll advise you on the next hearing. But thank you very much. Maraming salamat for your time and participation. And I know that 5 hours is a lot of time, but thank you very much for your candidness. And we have a lot of submissions, but we'll just ask the committee secretary to send your liaison officers on the submissions that we need. No, but thank you very much. We really appreciate your time and your participation. So with that, we'll suspend the hearing for now, and next time we'll send you the advance notice on the next hearing. This meeting is hereby suspended.